Commissioner Ferguson.
Present.
Commissioner Godwin.
Present.
Chair Hauser.
Present.
Commissioner Wright.
Present.
Commissioner Wright, can you lead us in the salute to the flag?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get into administrative business, any member of the public wishing to make public comment on an agenda item should complete a speaker card and bring it to the front and hand it to staff. On the card, please indicate the agenda item number on which you wish to comment or oral communications for items not on the agenda. There is also a dial-in option for making public comment. The phone number is 669-900-6833. Once dialed in, enter conference number 811-5615-8241, and then press the pound key. Once the chair has announced the public comment opportunity for the item on which you wish to comment, press *9 to raise your hand. City staff will then identify you by the last 4 digits of your phone number when it is your turn to speak. Once identified for your turn to speak, press *6 to unmute yourself. Wait a few seconds and begin speaking. Be sure to mute any other broadcast you may be watching, such as Channel 26 or the live stream. Also, dial-in instructions are shown on the screen, typically. Are they shown on the screen now? I don't see them in front of us. Okay, well, we'll get those up there. Thank you. I will call each speaker, whether in person or by dial-in, for their public comment opportunity. And now we'll move to administrative business. Before we start, is there any public comment on the administrative business? I don't have any speaker cards. Is there anyone on the phone with a raised hand?
No raised hands.
Okay. Then may I get a motion for the approval of order of the agenda? Commissioner Berman.
I move that we approve the order of agenda.
Second? Commissioner Godwin?
I second that motion.
Okay, may we have a vote, please?
And that motion passes unanimously.
All right, there are 2 meeting minutes on the agenda this week, those of April 17th and May 15th. Does anyone have any comments, or is there a motion? Commissioner Wright.
I move that we accept the minutes.
Do we have a second? Commissioner Devine?
I second the motion.
Okay, let's vote.
Forgive me, I hadn't reset the vote yet. Can you try again, please?
All right, let's try again. Please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
All right. Designation of liaison to City Council. Commissioner Berman and myself are slated to go to the June 12th presentation of annual report. Is that still okay for you?
That still works for me.
And that still works for me. Is there anything else on which we need to liaise?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay. Well, then that will conclude administrative business, and we'll move on to oral communications. This portion of the agenda is available to the public to address the Planning Commission on any issue within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission that is not on the agenda. The time allowed for any speaker will be 3 minutes. Are there any comment cards for oral communications?
Chair, I just received a new batch. I need to review them for the topic.
Sure.
1 moment, please. No comment cards for this item.
All right. For those on the phone who want to comment during oral communications, now is the appropriate time to raise your hand by pressing *9. Do we have any raised hands?
Chair, there is 1 hand raised.
Sure.
Stephen Goodale, you should be unmuted.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that raising the hand in the Zoom interface could still be qualified. I heard you guys say that it could be done in person or over the phone Zoom, but I wasn't sure if this was an appropriate method. So it sounds like it is, and we can participate by raising our hand through the Zoom interface. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Anyone else?
No further comments, Chair.
Okay, fabulous. Okay, there are no consent items. So moving on to our first consideration item, which is review of the 2023 to 2028 Capital Improvement Program for consistency with the general plan. May we please have a staff report?
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. I am Associate Planner James Lin, here to present item 1 on tonight's agenda. The City of Pacifica's Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, is a planning tool used to prioritize capital project needs on a 5-year cycle. Each year, the City Council is asked to review and adopt the 5-year CIP, updated with new projects and status of existing projects. The Council's approval of the CIP does not constitute appropriation of funds to specific projects. However, prior to City Council's adoption, as required by California state law, the Planning Commission must determine if the projects are consistent with the city's general plan. Similarly, the Planning Commission's role also does not extend to project priorities or funding. As such, staff is recommending that the Commission find the proposed capital improvement projects summarized in the staff report before you this evening are consistent with the city's 2040 general plan and adopt the attached resolutions. The staff report includes references from the general plan as appropriate to justify the consistency of these projects. I do believe there are public works staff in attendance tonight, virtually and perhaps in person. They are available to help answer any questions regarding these capital projects. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
And Chair, before we wrap up the staff report entirely, good evening, Planning Director Christian Murdoch. I do want to note that due to potential conflicts of interest, there are a number of commissioners who cannot participate in the entirety of the capital improvement program. So we will have a need to segment the consideration of this item tonight, and staff recommends that we first transition immediately to public comment without commissioner questions. And then once that's concluded, we can then identify those individual commissioners, allow them to state their reason and for the recusal and to leave the chamber, and then proceed to consideration and voting separately. And it will result in 4 separate motions and votes on consistency for the respective projects tonight.
Okay. And it would be wonderful if staff could help us with how to formulate those motions. Okay, so then we'll move directly into public comment on the CIP program. I don't have any speaker cards up here. Are there any speakers for item 1? Okay, a reminder that those on the phone can dial *9 or raise your hand on Zoom. Do we have any folks who are wishing to speak?
Chair, there are no hands raised at this moment.
Okay. Who shall recuse first?
Thank you, Chair. So we would recommend that you be the first recusal related to the Monterey Road drainage improvement projects on packet page 23. If you could briefly state your reason for recusal and then exit the chambers, please.
Sure. My home is within the vicinity of the project, so I'll be recusing myself based on proximity. And before I leave, I'm just going to close the public comment.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All right, I will be chairing while Chair Hauser is recused. So we'll move on to commission questions on the CIP.
And at this point, we are just going to be taking action on the Monterey Road drainage improvement project and a finding of consistency with the general plan for that specific project.
Oops. If we have general questions, should we save those for a later segment?
Yes, for general questions, the 4th motion that we're going to recommend you make beyond the rest of the capital improvement program, not the individual projects.
Okay. I'll save my questions for the the fourth round then.
Unless the question is, necessary for your consideration of this item, but if it's a general question about the CIP overall, it wouldn't necessarily weigh on your determination of general plan consistency, then, as Ms. Murphy identified, it can wait.
Thank you. No, I don't think it's necessary for this first segment. I think I'll hold it until the fourth segment. Any commission questions on this first segment of the CIP? All right, then we can move on to deliberation and comments, or we could, if anyone has a motion, I'd entertain a motion for this one portion. Commissioner Ferguson.
Sorry, a quick administrative question. So we're going to improve each of it in thirds and then the program overall together?
Correct.
Okay, so this is just for the Monterey Road.
That's correct. The motion would be to adopt a finding of consistency with the general plan with respect to specifically the Monterey Road Drainage Improvement Project.
Yeah, in that case, I'd be ready to make a motion, but I'd have to think about how to do this for just that.
I guess, is there a suggestion for how to formulate a motion?
So I'd recommend using the recommended motion on packet page 29 and just simply amending it as follows. Move that the Planning Commission adopts the resolution included in Attachment A, finding that the Monterey Road Drainage Improvements Project proposed in the 2023 to 2028 Capital Improvement Program is consistent with the 2040 General Plan. And whoever would like to make the motion, if we're ready, can say so moved and look for a second.
Yeah, I would move that the Planning Commission adopts the resolution included in Attachment A, finding that the Monterey Road Drainage Improvement Programs proposed in the 2023 to 2028 Capital Improvement Program is consistent with the 2040 General Plan.
Commissioner Devine?
I'd like to second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously with Chair Hauser recused.
And I'll welcome back Chair Hauser.
Chair Hauser, as you're settling in, I'll just announce that for the next item, Commissioner Ferguson will need to announce his reason for recusal and then leave the chambers, please.
I will also be recusing for this one on account of proximity. See you soon.
Okay, thank you. So can staff please clarify which particular sites are being removed from this particular tranche?
So for this next segment, we are going to be considering the new Pacifica Library, Palmetto Avenue street amenities, and Montecito Avenue storm drain system improvements. These are all projects in Fund 19 and are on packet page 24 and 23.
Okay. Since we did not ask questions before, does anyone have questions for staff at this time? No? Any thoughts on this or willing to entertain a motion? Commissioner Wright.
Could we ask staff to recommend a motion for us on this, please?
Yes, I think that would be great.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommended motion would be to move that the Planning Commission adopts the resolution included in Attachment A, finding that the new Pacifica Library, Palmetto Avenue street amenities, and Montecito Avenue storm drain system improvements projects are, as proposed in the 2023 to 2028 Capital Improvement Program, are consistent with the 2040 General Plan.
So moved.
May I have a second, please? Or is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
And that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Ferguson recusing.
Thank you. Is there one more recusal?
Yes, there is. The next is Commissioner Devine, who will need to recuse in relation to the Rockaway Beach Avenue drainage improvement, Rockaway parking area, and Rockaway Beach parking structure projects.
I must recuse myself due to owning real property in Rockaway Beach.
All right. And can you please give us the particular site that's being deliberated on at this juncture?
So I do not have all of the specific locations, but these are the Rockaway Beach Avenue drainage improvement, Rockaway parking area, and Rockaway Beach parking structure projects.
Does anyone have questions for staff? Okay. Commissioner Wright?
I would like a suggested motion, please.
Staff suggests a motion to move that the Planning Commission adopts the resolution included in Attachment A, finding that the Rockaway Beach Avenue drainage improvement, Rockaway parking area, and Rockaway Beach parking structure projects as proposed in the 2023 to 2028 capital improvement program are consistent with the 2040 general plan.
So moved.
Is there a second? Commissioner Ferguson?
I second the motion.
All right, please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Devine recusing herself.
Director Murdoch, are there any additional recusals, or can we?
No, Chair, the commission can move on to the entirety of the CIP minus those projects previously mentioned with respect to the recusals.
Thank you. Any questions for staff on the remaining projects?
More a comment. I was really happy to see so much emphasis on those of us who aren't represented with the right to vote, the young people, in terms of field space, prioritization of sports fields in local clubs. That meant a lot to me, and I was glad to see it on the part of the city, and thank you all.
Would you like to make the final motion?
I'd like staff to recommend a motion then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've jumped the gun. Commissioner Berman.
Thank you. I would be inclined to support a motion, but first I did want to ask a couple questions. These are just generic. I know that there's a lot of priorities that City Council has, and there's only limited funds, and several of the improvements in the CIP have been there for quite a few rounds. Is there a way to identify prioritization of certain projects in the CIP to ensure that anything having to do with safety, public health, for example, if there's a public building that has mold that's unsafe to breathe, can those be identified as a priority perhaps in the next CIP?
Thank you, Commissioner Berman. I'll allow my colleagues in Public Works to come up and speak to the question of how projects are funded and how they're prioritized in the context of the CIP.
Thank you, I'd appreciate that.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable Planning Commissioners. This is Roland Yip. I'm your Deputy Director of Public Works / City Engineer. So I believe there was a study session for CIP prioritization with the City Council prior to this having gone to the City Council in May 8th. And if you look at Attachment 4 on the May 8th City Council meeting, you will see a list of non-discretionary projects that we have listed, that those would be a prioritization of some of the projects that we are looking for in this round.
Thank you, and just a follow-up question, I guess, is there any consideration for public health or employee health when reviewing those versus just what was discussed in the City Council meeting?
So that I would have to look into some more.
Okay.
And get back to you.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not going to impact my decision to support this CIP. I think it's important that capital improvement programs are updated and pushed forward each year as they typically are. But it was just a thought that came to mind because I know there's so many improvements that are needed throughout the city and the funds are limited. And we want to make sure that everyone, we have a safe city to live in, both for our employees and our community. And then one more question. So on packet page 41, there's a pie chart, and it identifies just the separation of the percentages of the different types of improvement programs that we have in the CIP. The purple one, facilities, what's classified under facilities?
So I believe there are several buildings that the city has to maintain. There will be field services, as well as police, fire. All of that will fall under facilities.
So it's mainly building structures?
Building structures, correct.
Okay. Yeah, and for those who don't have the pie chart in front of them, that's the vast majority of our CIP projects, and it's at 36%. So certainly noteworthy. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, with that, I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to reassert my motion.
Okay, is there a second? I'm sorry, was the motion ever formally made?
I don't think I had the opportunity to read staff's recommended motion. We went to Commissioner Berman's question in the midst of Commissioner Wright beginning to make a motion.
Okay.
So staff's recommended motion would be to move that the Planning Commission adopts the resolution included in Attachment A, finding that the proposed 2023 to 2028 capital improvement program minus the Monterey Road drainage improvements, New Pacifica Library, Palmetto Avenue street amenities, Montecito Avenue storm drain system improvements, Rockaway Beach Avenue drainage improvement, Rockaway parking area, and Rockaway Beach parking structure projects are consistent with the 2040 general plan.
So moved.
May I have a second, if there is one?
Second the motion.
Okay, let's vote, please.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to continued public hearings, item 2 on our agenda, which is file number 2016-001, rezoning RZ-210-22, development plan DP86-22, specific plan SP-179-22, core use permit UP71-16, variance PV-531-22, tree permit TP-1-22, and certification and adoption of a final environmental impact report for approval of a quarry reclamation plan to reclaim the approximately 86-acre former Rockaway Quarry. May we have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. I'm Planning Director Christian Murdoch. Before I begin, I do want to make an administrative note. We have had a request by some members of the audience to increase the volume of our audio system tonight. We do have a full chambers, and it may be difficult to hear. We do not currently have the ability to control the volume level. We need to request support from a third-party vendor in order to do that. And so I would just ask that all staff and commissioners try to speak as directly and loudly into the microphone as you reasonably can to try to increase the volume level for everybody in attendance. So with that, good evening again, Commissioners. Planning Director Christian Murdoch. I'm joined tonight by various city staff as well as our CEQA consultant and geotechnical consultant. We're here tonight to present the Rockaway Quarry Reclamation Plan project. Reclamation of the former quarry is the topic of tonight's project. The project overall would include grading and drainage improvements to the quarry site, including import of 970,000 cubic yards of soil and removal of 25 protected trees plus 13 other types of trees. It would also include construction of recreational trails for the general public on the site, revegetation and invasive species removal to help stabilize the site and reestablish habitat, and then also would involve wetlands mitigation. The project site is generally located west and south of the intersection of Highway 1 and Reina Del Mar Avenue in the Rockaway Beach neighborhood of Pacifica. The site is generally described referring to two different portions of property. One is the quarry parcel located on the west of the site, approximately 47 acres in area, and the eastern parcel on the east portion of the site, which is the generally flatter portion of the property and totaling approximately 39 acres. And as you can see, dividing those two red highlighted segments of property is Clara Creek. That is a city-owned parcel that bisects the property. And roughly in the middle of those two parcels, there is a culvert and crossing that connects the eastern parcel and the quarry parcel. The site is currently designated in the general plan as a combination of two different general plan land use designations. The purple color there that you can see is visitor serving commercial, which allows, as its name implies, a variety of commercial land uses that are of particular interest to visitors. And then that light green color that you see on the left side on the quarry parcel that generally speaking encompasses the steep hillside portions, which are designated as conservation. In other words, no permanent types of development are generally allowed there, and only uses supportive of resource protection and recreation and other related types of uses are permissible. The quarry reclamation plan requires a variety of approvals, several from the City of Pacifica and several from other agencies, as I'll get to in a moment. In relation to city approvals, the City of Pacifica is the lead agency for purposes of California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA review. That is the statute in California that requires local governments and other government agencies, such as the City of Pacifica, to consider potential environmental impacts and to prepare disclosure information to the public as well as decision makers before taking a discretionary action, in this case, approval of the quarry reclamation plan. The city has prepared an environmental impact report, or EIR, to evaluate environmental impacts under CEQA, and one of the required approvals is certification of that EIR and adoption of a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, or MMRP. The MMRP, as I'll touch on a little bit later, again, contains specific actions that the city or other parties must take in order to mitigate potential environmental impacts to a less than significant level. Another type of approval required for the quarry reclamation plan is known as a legislative item or legislative approval. These are actions that the Planning Commission will recommend action on to the City Council. And for this project include rezoning to the PD Planned Development Zoning District and approval of a development plan which will set forth allowable uses within that PD Planned Development Zoning District. Importantly, as it relates to the rezoning, nothing proposed in the quarry reclamation plan would remove the Hillside Preservation District, or HPD overlay. And similarly, nothing proposed with the rezoning to PD or with the development plan would remove the voter approval for a rezoning that would allow residential uses. So both HPD and the voter approval for residential uses would remain applicable to the property if and when the Planning Commission and City Council ultimately may take action to approve the reclamation plan. And then more along the lines of standard types of approvals known as development permits. The quarry reclamation plan would require a variety of approvals, including a specific plan, which is the term for something akin to a site development permit, which has site-specific improvements described in more detail than they are characterized in the general development plan. And that is a required component of the PD zoning under our municipal code. The project would also require approval of a quarry use permit, which is a specific type of use permit that the municipal code requires for mining activities and reclamation activities subsequent to mining activities. The project would require a variance to exceed the allowable coverage under the Hillside Preservation District, or HPD overlay, particularly for the grading on the quarry parcel on the western side of the site, where very little coverage is allowed under HPD and where quite a lot of grading will be undertaken if the project's approved. And lastly, from the City of Pacifica, approval of a tree permit for removal of those protected trees that I mentioned a moment ago. In terms of required approvals from other agencies, the city has identified a coastal development permit, or CDP, from the California Coastal Commission. Although the City of Pacifica has a certified local coastal program, the quarry parcel specifically is not included in the city's certified local coastal program at this time. So the Coastal Commission is the agency empowered under state law, under the Coastal Act, to grant coastal development permits for development in that location. The project would also require a Clean Water Act Section 404 permit approval from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and that's generally related to impacts to wetlands. Related to that 404 permit is the Section 7 biological opinion from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which considers potential impacts to special status species, and then a Clean Water Act Section 401 approval from the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board, again related to water quality impacts under the Clean Water Act. A little more high-level information about the quarry reclamation plan itself. It was first submitted in 2016. The city's been going through the review process with the applicant since that time, except for a brief period subsequent to 2016 when very little activity related to the processing occurred. This reclamation plan was initially submitted just prior to a separate application that had been submitted in 2016 also related to development of the quarry, but subsequent to an unsuccessful ballot measure, I suspect, but again, it's speculation, that work on the quarry reclamation plan was paused while the property owner regrouped and figured out where to go next since that development project was not able to proceed. As mentioned earlier, this reclamation plan proposal would import 970,000 cubic yards of soil. There's also some additional cutting occurring on the site, much smaller quantity, but would move earth that's also currently on the site into different configurations, in addition to that 970,000 cubic yards of net import of fill. A lot has been said about this project in terms of the truck trips. As the draft EIR indicated, the project would involve 161 truck trips per day. But those are inbound and outbound trips, and so roughly 50% inbound and outbound. And so give or take 80 truck trips per day coming into the site with an estimated 12 cubic yard capacity dump truck. You do the math there, simplified on the screen, that gets you to the total aggregate import of 970,000 cubic yards. So again, 80 trucks coming inbound, and then those same 80 trucks leaving outbound each day. The project would also include construction of 2 major new trails for public access and elimination of several informal trails. The new proposed trails would link up to existing trail network that leads into Maury Point and provide a more comprehensive, intentionally designed, proper public recreational trail component. There would also be various stormwater drainage improvements along the regraded and reclaimed quarry parcel hillside to manage stormwater runoff and erosion, to channel that into properly designed storm drainage systems, and then ultimate discharge into Clara Creek. And then Hillside Preservation District coverage variance for grading, as mentioned earlier. The primary purpose of this particular reclamation plan is grading, and so that is coverage as it's defined under the Hillside Preservation District, and so there would be a required approval of a variance for that. You can see in the diagram here showing, again, the western quarry parcel and the eastern parcel, the generally flatland as mentioned. The western quarry parcel is broken up into several sub-geographies to help describe their different topographical characteristics. The greatest amount of grading, as you'll see, will happen in that quarry pit, which was the area of extensive excavation from the prior quarry mining activities. But grading would occur, as I'll show in a moment, across much of that quarry parcel to achieve more gradual, stable, and naturally appearing slopes on that western quarry parcel. You also see that yellow line that comes from Highway 1 sort of on the lower part of the graphic towards Clara Creek, then up and out through the public access parking lot onto Highway 1 through the Reina Del Mar intersection. The inbound truck trips would come into the site through an unsignalized point of access, the former quarry access road, which is currently blocked by boulders and overgrown with vegetation. Those would be a one-way inbound truck trip. They would cross Clara Creek, deposit their loads, and then exit the site, again, one way outbound from the signalized intersection. Then you'll see also on the eastern parcel improvements in blue related to a red-legged frog mitigation pond, and then various mitigation wetlands in bright green there to offset the mitigation of, or the impacts rather, of wetlands on the quarry parcel primarily from the project. You can see here the detailed grading plan with respect to the quarry parcel in particular. Difficult to see here, but in the packet you can see in detail the bold lines on the quarry parcel showing regrading into a very different system of contours. Here in the colored lines there, the red and the yellow, the new trails connecting with existing trails, Calera Creek Multipurpose Trail in the middle, and then those purple trails and the arrows going northward into Maury Point. In terms of quarry reclamation requirements, this reclamation is required by the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, or SMARA. It's a state law addressing mining and reclamation operations, as its name suggests. Additional regulations are adopted by the Department of Conservation and specifically Division of Mine Reclamation, or DMR, which is the governing agency implementing regulations with respect to SMARA and providing guidance to local agencies such as the City of Pacifica, which under SMARA are the lead agencies for implementation of its requirements. And then separately, Title IX, Chapter 2, the Surface Mining and Reclamation provisions of the Pacifica Municipal Code. These require every mining operation to have an associated reclamation plan, both of which mining operations and reclamation approved with a quarry use permit, and then financial assurance mechanisms to guarantee the reclamation can be completed in the event of abandonment by a mine operator. These are various statutory provisions defining reclamation, generally speaking, a very broad array of physical activities to restore a site and stabilize slopes, et cetera, from mining activities, and generally speaking, require slopes no steeper than 2-to-1 slope, with few exceptions where, for example, there's a very stable slope surface. Here, Section 2711A and B of the Surface Mining and Reclamation Act provides the legislature's intent related to reclamation, indicating that they declare and find that extraction of minerals is essential to continued economic well-being of the state. However, reclamation of mine lands is necessary to prevent and minimize adverse effects of the environment and to protect the public health and safety. And then further finding that proper reclamation of mined lands will provide for the protection and subsequent beneficial use of the mined and reclaimed land. Also in SMARA, Section 2712, discussing various adverse environmental effects that result from unreclaimed lands and mining operations, and talking about residual hazards to public health that would remain but must be eliminated to protect public health and safety. Section 2770, H6, this is related to the timing of reclamation subsequent to mining. So unless an interim management plan is pending before the lead agency or an appeal is pending, a surface mining operation that remains idle for over 1 year after becoming idle, as defined in the law, without obtaining approval of an interim management plan, shall be considered abandoned, and the operator shall commence and complete reclamation in accordance with the approved reclamation plan. So indicating that no more than a year after a mine stops operating, reclamation must commence according to the provisions here. Pacifica Municipal Code, PMC, Title IX, Chapter 2, as I mentioned, it addresses mining operations and reclamation, and primarily is focused on the procedural requirements for consideration of a quarry use permit. There are findings contained in the municipal code for approval, which are set forth in the staff report and draft resolution. The first one relates to compliance with SMARA. The second relates to compliance with CEQA. The third is ensuring that land and resources such as water bodies are reclaimed and restored to a condition that is compatible with and blends with the surrounding natural environment, topography, and other resources to the maximum extent feasible. The reclamation plan will restore the mine lands to a usable condition that's readily adaptable for alternative land uses consistent with the general plan, local coastal land use plan, California Coastal Act, and zoning code. And then lastly, that comments from the State Department of Conservation have been received and reviewed. A written response to these comments has been prepared and forwarded to the State Department of Conservation. Briefly, the Division of Mine Reclamation, or DMR, the state agency within the Department of Conservation, has reviewed the proposed reclamation plan and found the application to be complete. They provided minor comments on the contents of the reclamation plan, which are described in the attachments to the staff report, and the applicant has revised to address DMR's comments. And city staff has forwarded those revisions and city confirmation that it would incorporate those revisions into any future approval of the reclamation plan. As mentioned earlier, the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, the city prepared an environmental impact report, or EIR, to evaluate potential environmental impacts, found no significant and unavoidable impacts from the proposed project, included mitigation for impacts to biological resources, cultural and tribal cultural resources, geology and soils, mineral resources, hydrology and water quality, noise, and transportation impacts. And there were several alternatives considered as part of the EIR, the no project alternative, single access alternative, reduced fill alternative, and an open trails alternative. In terms of public comments, 65 public comments were received on the draft EIR, 44 comments attached to the agenda packet, and 65 public comments received after the agenda packet publication. Those 65 comments are printed and are available in the rear of the council chambers. We also posted them on our website and shared them with the commissioners earlier today. So with that, the recommended action from staff is to use the recommended motion on packet page 176 to certify the final EIR, adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and make the required findings. Recommend City Council approval of the rezoning and development plan and approve specific plan, quarry use permit, variance, and tree permit, subject to conditions of approval. And with that, staff report's completed, and I did want to offer the commission an opportunity to identify any conflicts of interest or ex parte communications. Thank you.
Good evening. I have a conflict of interest on this application as I'm a owner of real property in Rockaway Beach. I'm not able to legally participate on this agenda item. I'm also not able to stay in the chambers for this item. I wanted to thank the public for coming to the chambers tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Devine. I think now would be a good time to disclose any ex parte conversations, and maybe we'll just go down the row.
I have none to disclose.
I did speak to several members of the public. I did not speak to the applicant. Commissioner Godwin?
I sent an email to Mr. Monroe to respond to one of his questions, basically forwarding information put together by Christian about how the city had looked at things.
Speak into the microphone, Commissioner Godwin.
Oh, I sent an email to Mr. Monroe, forwarding an email of Christian's summarizing some of the city responses to his questions.
Commissioner Ferguson?
Yeah, I've also spoken to many members of the public. I have not spoken to the applicant.
Commissioner Wright?
I did my best to respond to all the emails, not in answering any questions way, but just to let them know that I had, in fact, appreciated their input, listened to it, read it, and that I had hoped to see them here in the evening. I also spoke with Mr. Murdoch and Mayor Pro Tem Sue Vaterlos.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we continue, I'd like to ask James, are there, can you tell us approximately how many people are on the phone or on Zoom?
Chair, currently we have one raised hand on Zoom.
How many people are in the meeting?
26 attendees.
Okay. So we are not at public comment yet, but based on the amount of people in the room, the amount of people on Zoom and on the phone, I think in order to get to everyone tonight, we'll make public comment 2 minutes per person. I'd also ask, so now we're going to go to questions of staff, if there are any. I personally have a lot of questions, but I would really appreciate it if we could try to limit our questions to maybe 5 minutes per person so we have enough time for everyone in the community to speak. So does anyone have questions? Commissioner Wright, we'll start with you.
I only have one question for staff before deliberations, and that is, do you feel that you had sufficient manpower, experience, and time with the recent transitions in your staff to give this full due diligence?
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. The work on this application has been ongoing for a number of years, during times of full staffing and times of less than full staffing and, greater and lesser workloads. I feel like we've, as a city, thoroughly reviewed the proposed reclamation plan. I will acknowledge that what we've had less time to do is to review thoughtfully some of the public comments that came in just prior to the meeting, including over the weekend. And so I personally would benefit from more time. We will also need to thoroughly consider those for any potential issues raised with respect to CEQA or other matters related to the project. And I would encourage, the commission to hopefully take some additional time to consider those before taking a final action as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Are there any other questions? Okay, I have a few. I would like to understand if DMR asked for the reclamation, or was this, how was this initiated?
Sure. The property owner at the time in 2016 submitted a proposed reclamation plan, as mentioned, prior to a separate application that had been submitted for broader development that ultimately went to a public vote for the rezoning and was unsuccessful. A separate operator partnered with the property owner to take over the reclamation. That separate operator is the applicant of tonight's reclamation plan. And so in both cases, this is being initiated by the property owner or an authorized entity authorized by the property owner.
So I'd like to, I think what I'd like to understand a little bit more is, we've made this assertion that SMARA is requiring this. It sounds like this is applicant initiated. Why didn't this happen within, I guess, what was the year? And is there, if DMR never contacted us as the lead agency, why is there a feeling that we have to do this?
Sure. I think I would offer, more than one response to that. I think the first is the city has a duty as a public agency, in this case, the lead agency under SMARA, but generally to process applications made to the planning department in this case for permit types that are authorized under our municipal code. So we don't have the discretion to simply reject an application once it's submitted. So in this case, we are fulfilling that obligation to provide due process to the applicant and to effectuate the municipal code and the quarry use permit and other related permit types that an applicant can request and receive a city decision on. To the question of timing and SMARA and the one-year timeline, I cannot and have not confirmed that that one-year provision was applicable at any particular previous point in time. I can tell you that's the law today, and I simply state that to frame that reclamation is intended to be timely upon closure of a mine and not linger as it has in this case for decades after mine closure. I don't have full information as to the reasoning for why the city or the state did not previously step in and require full reclamation of this site. What I can tell you is I'm relieved that there is an applicant who is seeking to comply with SMARA and the municipal code to complete the reclamation. The particular details of that, will be the outcome of this process, from the Planning Commission and the City Council, following public comment and all of the input that we have. But at this point, applicant initiated, but seeking to comply within municipal code and SMARA.
Okay, that kind of dovetails nicely into my next question. I'm aware of a project in the East Bay. It's not a quarry. It has nothing to do with this project. But 20 years ago, someone illegally put riprap into a creek, and they were told to remove it. They could not timely get the agency permits. And after years and years of trying to remove the violation, the state and the Regional Water Quality Control Board finally kind of determined that it would cause more harm than good at that point to remove the riprap. And so I guess that's a question, and maybe it's a question for the applicant or for Rainey, but at what point, it hasn't been a functioning mine for decades, at what point does a grading action or something cause more harm than good? Has that been analyzed? Okay. You know what? I would really appreciate if we could withhold or hold our responses to public comment. Thank you, guys.
I think the applicant will have a particular response. I want to offer our CEQA consultant an opportunity to weigh in with any additional thoughts. My initial response to you is that failing to reclaim the mine would not comply with SMARA or the municipal code. Again, what is entailed in that reclamation, I think, is open to discussion and consideration. There are standards that SMARA has in place for minimum slope stability, including 2-to-1 slopes, which are not present in many locations on the quarry and result in an unsafe condition. Certainly a non-compliant condition with SMARA in that regard. And there are other components of SMARA in terms of water quality, habitat restoration, revegetation, minimizing invasive species from site disturbance, on, that SMARA is intended to address in terms of hazardous environmental impacts from former mining operations, that reclamation is intended to minimize or eliminate. And so with all of that in mind, I think reclamation needs to occur in some fashion, whether it's this project or a modification to this project or some other project. Staff doesn't have a particular opinion on that at this point in time, other than we've evaluated this application, we've added conditions that we think are necessary to improve it, and we've evaluated potential environmental impacts that result from this project.
That's going to conclude my questions for now. I do have a lot more. I see Commissioner Berman, followed by Commissioner Godwin.
Thank you. I have quite a few questions as well, but to help order my questions, will we be receiving a presentation from the applicant?
The applicant has provided a presentation to me, which I will queue up at the appropriate point in time at the chair's direction.
Okay. I will save particular questions for after that presentation. In the meantime, some general ones. I know tonight we're looking at recommending approval of a specific plan, but we don't have a specific plan in front of us. So I guess, do you mind speaking on that and kind of the disconnect there?
Sure. First, I need to understand, or at least clarify, the meaning of specific plan in this context. It's not the Sharp Park specific plan or Rockaway Beach specific plan type of specific plan in state planning law. This is a term used in our municipal code to describe a site improvement plan of sorts that talks about, most commonly, when the commission sees it, buildings, roads, utilities, grading, et cetera. This is a very unique type of project. As a quarry reclamation plan, it's predominantly grading only with very few permanent site improvements. But the details of the reclamation plan as it relates to the grading and the storm drainage and the wetlands mitigation do constitute the specific plan for purposes of the PD zoning district. So that is before the commission tonight, that is in the packet, and it is prepared in the draft resolution for approval as part of the package before the commission tonight.
Okay, and I did see that, and I think it's on packet page 161 somewhere, but there was mention that a specific plan would need to be broken out and submitted a year after approval. Is that correct?
I would need to review the specific language, but if it says that, that's not intended. I suspect it says is that the municipal code allows specific plans to follow development plan approval by up to a year, but in this case, they've been proposed concurrently, and so the commission has both of them in front of the commission for consideration.
Okay. For the CDP, so I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So the Coastal Commission will be leading the CDP process and giving approval, but after the Coastal Commission leads the CDP process, nothing would come back to the commission for review. Is that correct? So this, hypothetically, if this project were, if we were to recommend approval tonight and it made its way onto the Coastal Commission, it would never come, any amendments that the Coastal Commission recommend or require of the reclamation project, would those not come back to the commission for review?
It's difficult to answer that question. So it is possible that if this reclamation plan is approved by the city in whatever form that takes, and the Coastal Commission subsequently approves that in substantially the same form, that there may not be another discretionary action that comes back to the Planning Commission. What happens from time to time at the Coastal Commission is they will revise a project that had been approved by the city, in such a way that it is no longer substantially the same project. For example, in another project in a previous instance, a 4 detached unit project went to the Coastal Commission on appeal, came back as a single building with 4 units in a different part of the site. That required processing of amended or new, depending on your perspective, approvals by the city, subsequent to the Coastal Commission's action on the coastal development permit. So it could happen that the Coastal Commission makes changes to this reclamation plan if the city approves it in a way that's no longer close enough that we can conclude it's the same project, and it requires an amended application review process with the city.
If that were to happen, then do we go in a circle? Do we,
Potentially, yes.
okay. And then back to Coastal Commission after,
Well, so the same principle would apply. If the city then approves an amended application that's substantially conforming to what the Coastal Commission approved, it may not need to go back through the
Okay.
Coastal Commission process again.
I see, okay.
But someone needs to take a final action and someone needs to lead the dance and someone needs to follow, so to speak, with respect to the overall project and make sure they're closely enough aligned that everything that one considered was implemented in the other, or nearly everything.
Okay, so it may be a very long process ahead.
It could well be.
And on that note, just to clarify, so the Coastal Commission will do its own CEQA process, however, it will use the same EIR that we're reviewing today, correct?
That's right. I'm not an expert on the Coastal Commission's administrative processes, but my understanding and working knowledge is that they are subject to a separate certified regulatory program by the Secretary of Natural Resources in California. So they have what's commonly called a CEQA equivalent process that takes into account environmental impacts. Where there is a private application that's coming through a lead agency like the City of Pacifica before it gets to the Coastal Commission requires that whatever CEQA analysis was prepared for that project is submitted as part of the application package for the coastal development permit. So they're not starting from scratch. They have a baseline of environmental information that may be adequate for their purposes, or it starts them to begin to do some subsequent analysis built off of that in relation to their project review.
Okay, thank you. The geotechnical report that's included, it's from 2018, and I know it was peer-reviewed in 2021, but over the past 2 years, there's been a significant change in the quarry hillside due to erosion and the winter storms. Should an updated geotechnical report or borings or testings be completed in staff's opinion?
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Brooks Ramsdale, an engineering geologist. We reviewed the geotechnical report in 2021. At this point, I think it's valid for the proposed reclamation plan. It may need to be updated further down the road, but currently I think it's appropriate.
And in your opinion, just given especially this past year's storms and the change in topography that's happened in just 1 year, in your opinion, is the current geotechnical report in front of us still appropriate?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. My next question, so packet page 159. Item E, so from our updated general plan from the conservation section, COI4, there's mention of the state's no net loss goal regarding wetlands. Would someone be able to kind of, I guess, give a summary of the state's no net loss goal and what that entails?
So in various places in California, certainly in parts of the United States, there is, I think, less of a presumption of protection of existing natural wetlands and maybe a more ready willingness to allow for mitigation of wetlands impacts to facilitate development. The state of California, I can't speak to every intent, but has determined that the protection and preservation of natural wetland systems is the most effective way to ensure their natural benefit and the ecology of those wetlands, and that mitigated wetlands, from a policy standpoint anyways, not to speak of a scientific standpoint necessarily, but the preference is to maintain those wetlands that exist where they are today and not to mitigate them for impacts in any case less than the absolute necessity, such as to avoid a takings or for some other legal reason that they cannot be protected in place. And so it's with that goal in mind that wetlands impacts should be avoided wherever it's possible to do so.
So I guess what's being proposed in front of us tonight is a mitigation where a new wetland is being effectively replaced in a new location. So does that conflict with the state's no net loss goal?
So it wouldn't result in a loss of wetlands on a net basis in terms of area, and in fact, more area would be provided to offset the impact as part of the mitigation. However, it would result in the loss of the wetlands where they exist currently, but this is a situation where trying to harmonize multiple different statutory provisions and policies has resulted in this applicant anyways indicating that they're not able to design the project in a way that would completely avoid the loss of existing wetlands. And so as a result, they need to be mitigated in a new location, subject to permitting agency review and approval.
Okay, so the state's preference is to leave the existing wetlands as is, but there's no alternative for this reclamation project to protect the existing wetlands in place.
I don't know that that's true, that there's no alternative. I think the applicant can explain the analysis that's been done as to what it may look like to achieve that. And it's something that, in my opinion, was not, it's not something that I would be willing to support or accept as a staff recommendation because of some of the secondary and tertiary impacts that would result from designing a project in that fashion. But is it technically feasible? It may be, and the applicant can speak more to that. But even so, it may not be a desirable outcome once the applicant elaborates on that.
Okay, I will ask that question of the applicant. And last question for staff. Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. In staff's opinion, is what's proposed in front of us the minimum amount of grading possible in this, for this project? Or is there a better, more balanced earthwork solution?
I do not have any reason to believe this is the least amount of grading that is necessary to accomplish quarry reclamation. This is the amount proposed by the applicant. We've evaluated the impacts, and it is a reasonable amount for purposes of the requirements of SMARA and the qualitative outcomes as well that result, including the aesthetic appearance of the reclaimed site, the usability of the trail system that would be constructed on the site, managing slope stability, erosion, runoff, and water quality impacts. So for all of those reasons, this is a desirable quarry reclamation plan. Could reclamation be accomplished in compliance with state law and the municipal code with less fill? I believe it could. And really the question is, how many of those adverse impacts that would result from less fill, such as in an extreme example, like 2-to-1 slopes, significant benching that might result in an unnatural appearance and aesthetic, how desirable are those as an offset to a lesser fill solution? And it's not as though that would eliminate all or even necessarily most of the fill that would be needed to reclaim the site, but it would result in less import of fill, absolutely. I will say we have not designed such an alternative, but it is fair game to discuss and determine what those trade-offs would be to achieve lesser fill, perhaps fewer of certain types of impacts in the trade-off for potentially other types of impacts which haven't been fully developed for study at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Berman. Commissioner Godwin.
Good evening. It seems to me other local government units can help or hinder this project. Have you talked to people like the Pacifica School District about possibly relocating bus stops or changing some school times at Valimar or talked to Caltrans about restricting turns at the Arena Del Mar intersection or doing something to improve traffic flow with the increased traffic volume from the dump trucks, or anybody else? Or has this not been explored yet?
Yeah, I think my understanding is the applicant has his transportation analysis expert here tonight and can probably talk more about what went into the transportation analysis to help the commission's understanding. But in the overall traffic volumes and the manner in which the trucks will enter and exit the site, we didn't identify any potentially significant traffic impacts caused by the project. A lot of what the
Let's be respectful, please.
A lot of what the concerns are relate to existing conditions at the intersection of Reina Del Mar and Highway 1, which may not be, in our assessment, significantly affected by the proposed reclamation.
Okay, so you haven't talked to other government units about trying to deal with this project and its impacts as of this point?
That's correct, because we haven't found a need to do so based on the evidence and information we've analyzed.
Okay.
Any other questions before we move to the applicant's presentation? Okay. Commissioner Wright?
Could we take a quick bathroom break before we start on public comment? I expect it to be rather lengthy, and it might be an opportune time.
Sure. Let's everyone take a 5-minute recess. It is 8:11, and we'll reconvene at 8:16 with the applicant's presentation. If we could limit talking in the chamber, we're going to continue with the public hearing item. Okay. Thank you.
So need some of this.
Okay.
Interesting parts about how much.
All right, thank you, everybody. So we're going to move over to the applicant's presentation. I know emotions are high, but I want to remind everyone that the rules of decorum ask that we all be respectful. So please reserve any comments, applause, other types of sounds till public comment. And with that, Mr. Murdoch, if you want to invite the applicant up.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission and citizens of this beautiful city, Pacifica. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. My name is Billy Gilmartin, and I'm the sole owner of Baylands Pacifica, which is the applicant for the project before you today, the Pacifica Rockaway Quarry Reclamation Project. I'm joined today by a team of local experts, a team consisting of ecologists, geotechnical engineers, civil engineers, traffic engineers, air quality consultants, as well as our environmental compliance and land use attorney. This evening, we are here to discuss an issue of critical importance to the Pacifica community, which is the reclamation of the 86-acre Rockaway Quarry site. This site has lain dormant for 40 years, posing significant risks both to the environment and the community. The quarry is unreclaimed. The Surface Mining and Reclamation Act is clear. The site is a glaring example of a problem that needs immediate attention. The unreclaimed mine, with its extremely steep slopes, is not only an eyesore, but is a looming threat to the public. These slopes are highly erosive and dangerous, subject to uncontrolled erosion and runoff, creating an undeniable health and safety risk to the public. In just the last 5 years, since I've proposed reclamation, designed reclamation, and sought its approval, there have been 2 significant safety incidences on the site. One, unfortunately, resulting in severe injury, where the person had to be helivaced to a nearby hospital. The other, most tragically, resulting in a death. To this point, the only thing the property owner has been allowed to do by any authority is to secure the site, to post signage, discouraging the public from walking through the unreclaimed quarry. I think Pacifica deserves better. The quarry is not a safe place for the community. Moreover, its visual degradation is a blight upon the landscape. Add to that, the site's vulnerability to trespassing and illegal encampments have further complicated the situation. The presence of these not only contributes to littering, but also introduces significant fire hazards, threatening the safety and well-being of the community. Trash, littering, pollution, shopping carts, abandoned cars, makeshift barbecues, fire pits, tents, needles, drug paraphernalia, pipes. I think Pacifica deserves better. There is a solution, however. Over the last 5 years, my team has invested thousands of hours and significant financial resources in designing an environmentally superior, self-sustaining reclamation project before you this evening. This project focuses solely on restoring the quarry to its original pre-mining condition, improving trails for the public, and mitigating environmental risks, with no further development planned at this time. Our comprehensive proposal aims to stabilize the site completely, install new drainage infrastructure, construct new unpaved trails, addressing the immediate safety concerns we have. We'll also perform tree removal and trimming, revegetate the site, provide trail improvements, creating a more pleasing visual corridor. After reclamation, the site is going to be absolutely beautiful. We're committed to the establishment of dedicated trails in accordance with the Coastal Act, enhancing public access, ensuring safer trails. Furthermore, we'll mitigate the loss of any aquatic habitat impacted by reclamation, creating a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service approved pond, as well as increasing seasonal wetlands on site impacted by reclamation by 400%. Our project has been designed with multiple objectives in mind: ensuring the public health and safety by creating safe slopes, minimizing grading while maintaining stable, safe slopes, providing safe pedestrian and emergency vehicle access to the site, restoring prior physical disturbances from any quarrying activity, improving water quality in Qualara Creek, discouraging illegal trespassing, enhancing the visual corridor and its aesthetics, creating a self-sustaining landscape that requires no additional management, and meeting all Surface Mining and Reclamation Act standards. The last one being to comply with the law. In conclusion, our project promises not only to enhance safety and improve aesthetics, but also to bring the site into compliance with all relevant regulations. With your support, we can turn this long-standing problem into an asset for the community, for the environment, and for the future. Thank you for your time this evening, and I welcome any questions you may have. I would like to reserve any remaining time that we have.
Yes.
And
Thank you, Mr. Gilmartin. Mr. Murdoch, how much remaining time does Mr. Gilmartin have?
There are 4 minutes remaining, and typically the applicant will receive up to 3 minutes for rebuttal as part of the public hearing process.
Is that acceptable? Would you like to use another minute, or?
just one comment we have, actually, something that we heard with respect to correspondence between the DMR and the city. I would ask that the city actually look through its records and seek any communication that was going on between the DMR and the city. It is my understanding that there was a consistent correspondence between the DMR and the city of Pacifica annually to check in on the status of reclamation, and I would just ask that that you guys use the available resources that you have to review any communication between the DMR and the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmartin. Before we move to public comment, does anyone have any questions for the applicant? And I think if you have questions now, let's ask them, and I think there'll be another opportunity after public comment. You want to speak into your microphone?
I do have some questions for the applicant, but I do not mind waiting until after public comment, and I don't think my questions for the applicant are substantial to occur before public comment. So if the chair would like to move on to public comment, I'm fine waiting on those questions.
I think if you have any that you deem important, then for now, but you can reserve them as well. Maybe just limit it to a couple minutes.
How about the ones that I touched on briefly? I don't know if you heard me asking Planning Director Murdoch, but we were talking about the state's no net loss goal regarding wetlands. Do you mind speaking to just the fact that the plan in front of us is proposing to, I'll do air quotes, relocate a wetland versus protect wetland in place? Can you speak to that, please?
Sure, absolutely. So, and if it's okay, I would like to also invite our civil engineer up here
Sure.
as well, and perhaps even our ecologist, Jeff, from WRA. So if those two could please join me. I'll just briefly say, however, there's a little bit of wetlands on the west parcel that have been identified. Primarily those are from a man-made pond that was a sedimentation pond originally constructed for the purposes of managing water from the mining operation. In order to substantially avoid those wetlands, we would have to construct an extremely high wall whose aesthetics would be pretty ugly, I think. So I would like the civil engineer, actually Matt Walsh, perhaps to explain more on that. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. So in kind of highlighting some of the regulations of SMARA that as a civil engineer we follow, one of them is to not exceed maximum 2-to-1 slopes due to several reasons, maneuverability, revegetation, soil stability, to name a few. So in looking at the sheer face of the quarry, that's the steepest portion that was mined, it's near vertical. So that's the portion that really needs to be mitigated in terms of SMARA regulations. And if we look at slopes starting from the top where mining was stopped down to a 2-to-1 slope, it is infeasible. Basically, it comes into the area of the existing wetlands. The only way to meet a 2-to-1 slope and try to preserve that wetland would be to construct a large retaining wall. And when I say large, it's massive. It's 75 feet tall. So it's just kind of the geometry that we're working with from a 2-to-1 slope and where that wetland lies on the site.
And anything else?
Good evening, Commissioners. Jeff Smick with WRA. I'm an ecologist working on the project. The no net loss policy by the state, it does prioritize avoiding wetlands when feasible, but acknowledges that that's not always possible. And the no net loss part of that is to ensure that for every unit of area of wetland that you're impacting, let's say for every acre that's being impacted, that you mitigate by constructing at least 1 acre in an alternative location. And the different regulatory agencies that issue permits for wetlands have similar sorts of policies, and we're proposing a 4-to-1 mitigation ratio here as opposed to just a 1-to-1, which would satisfy the state's policy.
All right, thank you both.
Sure.
And then the other question that I had for Mr. Murdoch earlier was the amount of grading on the site. And I know that it's a compromise, of course, the earthwork and the grading that's needed to achieve a more aesthetically pleasing and natural end result. I understand that compromise, but can you speak to any analysis that you've done on alternatives that result in a more balanced earthwork for this?
Matt, would you like to join me up here again? I'll just restate the question, make sure I understand. Have we analyzed a design that would result in less grading, essentially?
Essentially, particularly earthwork.
So in particular with the earthwork, and maybe perhaps also Shane might be able to join me as well, the slopes that are currently designed avoid having to perform any significant excavations into the face of the quarry. Any excavations into the face of the quarry would require some means and methods that are pretty extreme for the type of environment that the quarry finds itself in today with respect to its proximity to businesses and residential areas. And so I would just like Shane to perhaps describe on to what some of those means and methods may look like. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioner. Shane Rodacker, geotechnical engineer. The current reclamation plan mitigates the very steep quarry pit face by essentially buttressing that slope face with fill, placing fill up against it to create the required 2-to-1 slope. In lieu of that activity, you'd likely be looking at cuts to lay back the oversteepened quarry face, cuts in very competent limestone that would be difficult and very noisy to accomplish. So from a geotechnical standpoint, that is the basics of it.
All right, thank you. So either close to 1 million cubic yards of fill or something roughly equivalent of cut that would have to be off-hauled? Is that kind of an accurate way to look at?
Cut that would be off-hauled or relocated on site. The crux of the issue, though, is the type of means and methods that would be required to accomplish the cut. You're looking at specialty equipment, rock excavation, maybe even blasting in extreme cases.
So then the environmental impact would potentially be greater with respect to noise and I'm not sure what else.
It would definitely be noisier than your typical grading operation, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Yeah, I have Mr. Rodacker, while you're up there, I have a question it's probably for you. Could you please describe some of the means and methods you're talking about for achieving a 2-to-1 slope using what I'm to believe is the type of cut and fill native soils we encounter in this area and what you're going to do to maintain those slopes?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Sorry, are you going to be using any soil amendments or engineered geotechnical improvements as you're doing these lifts to achieve a 2-to-1 slope?
Sure. Under the current plan, the fill placement that would go on in front of that quarry face would be an engineered fill operation. There would be compaction testing and engineering observation that takes place during the fill placement to ensure that it's stable and meets project requirements.
But you're not placing anything other than native soils or imported soils?
No, not to my knowledge. It's earthwork. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
I think in the interest of, I would like to reserve my questions for the applicant till after. I'd like the public who've been waiting patiently to have an opportunity to speak.
Absolutely. Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, I've just got a couple of questions too. I guess my first one, there's been concern in town.
They can't hear you.
I'm sorry?
Speak louder into the microphone.
Okay. There's been concern in town about dirt inspection on the dirt that is brought in for fill. I know in my career, we use something called acceptable quality level mill standard 105E, so where you inspect things and if you get enough passes, you can skip some of the inspections. Can you expand on your dirt inspection process and why you want to do that yourselves rather than use a third-party independent contractor?
Sir, just so I make sure I understand the question, are you talking about inspection with respect to compaction, the material that has arrived on site, environmental inspection, geotechnical, please
Well,
clarify.
I'm talking about the inspection of the actual fill itself as opposed to the compaction of that fill once it's on site.
Okay, great, thank you. So inside of our application documents, we provided a really extensive soil management plan. Inside the soil management plan, we have outlined the testing criteria by which all material has to go through in order to be accepted on site. All those tests are stipulated by the DTSC guidelines and Title 22 standards. They stipulate the amount of samples that are to be collected from the place of origin and the types of environmental and both geotechnical tests that are required in order for a material to be accepted. All of those tests are administered. They also all the samples follow a chain of custody. All the samples go to a third-party accredited laboratory. The test results are then submitted to us as the operator. We actually will have our engineers review the test to make sure that they conform both environmentally and geotechnically with our acceptance criteria. And upon review of the testing and to ensure that it does meet our acceptance criteria, we then provide it with a soil acceptance letter, which goes along with a tracking number for each particular project that's been identified to be acceptable for transportation of material to the site. Without a tracking number, there is no truck allowed on site. And so each independent trucker has to be identified by the company that's excavating the material from the point of origin. We have to be aware of who those truckers are. They have to come along with a very specific tracking number and a manifest in order to be allowed on site. And so the quality assurance and quality control program is very well thought through and follows all state, local, and federal regulations.
Okay, my next question is, it seems to me opening a second entrance onto the quarry from California 1 is hazardous, and entries into, truck entries into things have been associated with accidents in a number of states. One entrance at a traffic light seems a lot safer. Can you review why you've chosen to have a two-entry traffic plan, given the additional risk?
If I may, I'd like to go back to this slide so we could just use this as a guide, perhaps, for the site. The majority of all soils that will be delivered to the site will be coming from the north on Highway 1. We ask that the trucks will enter into the site from the location just adjacent to where we see Highway 1 here, which is the original entrance to the site, and go into the quarry bowl and then exit back out through this lighted intersection at the parking lot at the north. The reason for that is because we want all trucks to be directed to go back north from which they came so that they're not traveling south of the quarry site, so that the truck traffic remains essentially north of this entrance where the red comes into Highway 1. Does that make sense? So there's only one entrance and one exit from the site?
Yes.
Okay.
I understand that point. My concern is the slowing down of the trucks at the new entrance, at the old mining road. That seems like that's a potential traffic problem.
Okay, perhaps my traffic engineer here could answer your question. Mark, would you like to? Thank you.
Sure.
Good evening. My name is Mark Spencer. I'm a licensed traffic engineer with W-Trans. We've been retained by the applicant to assist with the traffic and circulation matters concerning the site. We were presented with the site plan and took a look at whether or not one access would be sufficient, whether we'd be better off splitting the access the way it's currently proposed. Having the trucks inbound at the southernmost entrance and shoring that up and making that easier for trucks to enter actually works a little better than stopping them at the traffic light. In terms of keeping the traffic light as functional as possible and looking at trucks stopping at a red light, looking at the other uses such as the school and so forth on the other side of the street, the circulation pattern works well in this clockwise fashion, not only for on-site, but also in terms of the functionality on Highway 1. So we looked at queues, delays, and what it would take for trucks and how much space it would need, each truck would need, how many trucks we're talking about. And it's not that it can't work with one access point, but it actually works better splitting them up and having the trucks come through the intersection and then turn right further south into the site. And there is sufficient space and time for the trucks to make that maneuver. We did look at what it means in terms of what improvements need to happen on site to have the trucks come through that site and that particular entrance where the boulders are right now. But it is preferable to having them stop at the traffic light and then make a turn perhaps from
a dead stop and then having to make right turns. There's much more delay at the traffic signal than what you would see on Highway 1, the way it's currently proposed.
Do you have any other
Thank you.
questions, Commissioner Godwin?
Yeah, I just had one more. Could you review your community outreach efforts? It just seems like you've got quite a crowd here tonight, and
I certainly recognize
you're
that.
somewhat less than successful.
We, as part of a number of different approvals that we had to obtain, we've had to provide specific notices to residences. An example of that was when we installed some signage after the first safety incident that I talked about earlier, wherein the person had to be helivaced off of Rockaway Beach. So we ended up having to install a lot of signs on site that identified the quarry as an unreclaimed site, asking the public to be very careful and actually if they could avoid it. And it was during that process where we put together several public notices, as well as public notices also with respect to our CDP application, and that's been the extent of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Godwin. I have 3 comments or questions myself, and Commissioner Godwin, you just asked one of them. Mr. Gilmartin, can you talk a little bit about Balin's soil experience with quarries and projects of this magnitude? Have you reclaimed other quarries?
I have not reclaimed other quarries before. I'm a general engineering licensed general engineering contractor in the state of California. I've basically worked in construction my whole life. I moved dirt all my life. I have been responsible for transporting material all across the Bay Area since a very young age. And that's been my life as a professional. I've not been party to a quarry reclamation project personally. I hired a team that are experts with this. I am an expert, however, on building projects, and as I am a licensed general engineering contractor in the state. Thank you.
Can you tell us what the source of the fill is?
Sure. So the source of the fill is largely unknown today. It will come from many different sites all throughout the Bay Area. We'll expect in San Francisco County, San Mateo County, as well as perhaps very little from Santa Clara County. Generally speaking, we know that the source sites will be large projects. They may include large residential development projects. They may also include large public works projects. We don't know because the site is not operational today. But when it does become operational, we will have lots of sites that will be very interested in bringing their fill to the site. And so it's at that point then we would receive requests for disposal at the site, and then we will learn where that material will come from.
So it is conceivable in your mind that you're getting, either a humongous source of dirt, or you're getting 1,000 cubic yards here, 5,000 cubic yards somewhere else.
That's correct.
Okay.
I should add, however, the costs, and well, I should say that the amount of testing that's required to bring material to the site would likely limit significantly small projects from being points of origin for the site. So
that actually is my next question, and I think you've mentioned something to this regard, but I didn't see it anywhere in the reclamation plan. So are you planning on testing to the 2015 DTSC guidance to assure clean fill for every single import that you receive?
For every single project, that's correct.
I'm not sure what each project is. Will all dirt coming to the site be to DTSC's 2015 guidelines, which is the current guideline?
That's correct.
Okay. So you mentioned that was part of your soil management plan. Is that part of the reclamation plan, or is that something that can staff provide us where the applicant has proposed to do that? Because that was a concern of mine and I didn't see it. So maybe we can defer that till after public comment.
Sure.
And then who does the testing?
So the generator of the fill is ultimately responsible for the testing. So the points of origin, or generally speaking, contractors that are working for landowners, other government municipalities, other utilities, and they will be responsible for taking samples of the material. The samples that they take are analyzed. Did they take the correct amount of samples in accordance with DTSC guidelines? Does it come from a stockpile? Is it in situ? Those stipulations are actually quite important in identifying how many samples are required in order for us to fully evaluate the site or the point of origin. And so when those tests are submitted to us for review, we review all of those things, not just the results of the tests, but the site, the size of the site, where the material came from, how many samples are representative of the material, and so on and so forth.
And would you, as the applicant, be open to the city approving a third party to review any DTSC compliant testing results?
Absolutely, no problem.
And then just one more, and then we'll move to public comment if my fellow commissioners don't have anything else. Are you planning to meet any sort of threshold or ESL for a specific land use with the soil that you bring in? So will the soil be, I guess my question is, will the soil be suitable for parkland, industrial, commercial, residential? Residential is obviously the highest standard, so that's
right.
kind of where.
It's not to imply that this site would be a residential site. In fact, I have
That's
no
not
idea
my
what the site
implication
will ultimately become. The soil acceptance criteria that we've established would ensure that the material received is environmentally, by environmental standards, is as clean as you could possibly get with respect to the normal background levels of constituents in the Bay Area.
Okay.
San Francisco Bay Area.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmartin.
Thank you.
All right. So before we start public comment, I'd just like to recognize that there are not a lot of quarries in Pacifica. So this is new to all of us. And parts of it are a little bit intimidating, at least to me. And I have a lot of questions, and I'm guessing that my fellow commissioners have a lot of questions. Public comment is a time for you to provide us with your thoughts. But I wanted to mention that what would be really helpful to our deliberations is hearing what your vision is for this site. If there's analysis that you want to see, helping us with specific guidance would be really helpful in a fruitful deliberation. So at this point, are there speaker cards?
Yes, there are. And I'll answer the question from a moment ago related to the soil management plan. It was included as Appendix C to the draft EIR. It is not directly an attachment in the agenda packet, but it is in the record, and it was Appendix C of the draft EIR.
Thank you. And so just to remind the public that we will be limiting comments to 2 minutes with the hope of getting through everyone. So the first speaker will be Kathleen Campbell, followed by Peter Loeb, and then Mark Hubble.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. Please do not accept this resolution. It's not a very good idea. Traffic on Highway 1 is terrible now. And with all those trucks coming in and out, the highway's not getting bigger. And the traffic is getting bigger. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you.
Peter Loeb, followed by Mark Hubble and Richie Beltran.
Peter Loeb, I had my card way down in the stack because I didn't expect to talk right away. I've reviewed the comment. You can see online the comments that were submitted up until noon today. I've been looking at those. I've made my own comments. One of the themes that's coming up in all the comments is that there's serious questions about whether the final EIR is adequate under CEQA. We had our own environmental consultant submit a report which says basically the analyses of the air quality issues is insufficient, inadequate. But there's about 17 points I want to make. The city council has a goal of having a specific plan for development in the quarry this year. So talking about this reclamation plan as if it's not going to lead to development is just a damn lie.
I would so appreciate it if people could reserve their.
You asked what my vision is, what I would like to see in the quarry. I would like to see a development plan first, and then a reclamation plan designed to implement that development plan. This is being done bass-ackwards. It's not the way to do this kind of work. You need the development plan first, and then you have the reclamation plan. This reclamation plan is terrible, it's overkill, it's way too much. Can we at least look at the reduced fill alternative, which is the documentation says is the environmentally superior alternative? Let's look at that. That's my vision.
Thank you, Peter. All right, Mark Hubble, followed by Richie Beltran, and then Ron Makel.
Hi, how you doing? Anyways, I've been spent most of my, or a lot of my last 37 years climbing around. Oh. Can you hear that? Yeah. All right. Okay, climbing around in the quarry, so I know it pretty well. And so we're being asked to come here, and the city has a hole, or somebody has a hole that needs to be filled, but we don't know why. Why do you want to fill it? So I agree 100% with Peter that why are you asking us to make a decision when we don't know what the ultimate goal is? For example, if, let's just say there's maybe a hotel at the top. So we have to wait 4 years for the fill, and then probably another 4 years for all the cement trucks to go up and all that kind of finish it. We could be 9 or 10 years into this, right? So let's not be thinking it's like a 4-year thing, because I think that's one of our biggest questions. And until those are answered, I don't think we should go on any farther. And then the other thing is, I just want to say that as far as the testing is concerned, I have a group that goes out and monitors sea stars populations on a rocky coast here. And if any toxins get in that soil, those sea stars are gone. They feed on filter feeders, and so they'd be poisoned, they'd be gone, and I won't allow that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Richie Beltran, followed by Ron Makel, and then I'm sorry if it's a little hard to read this. Cliff Lawrence.
Okay. All right, good evening. My name's Ron Makel, long-term resident here in Pacifica. I would like to say I really enjoy the changes in this room here. It looks much nicer than when I was on the Planning Commission a number of years ago, for sure. I just want to say one thing that I think should be considered. It's an alternative. I noticed you had a list. I think there were four alternatives to this project. One I didn't see up there. Maybe the city or the property owner already pursued this, but I think the idea of I guess it would be the quarry parcel, which would be the western part on the other side of the creek, that whole property there, if you could at least pursue, before you guys approve this, find out if the GGNRA would have taken interest in that property. It's contiguous with Maury Point. There's no wildland-urban interface issues, which are really a big issue with the Park Service. They don't want to take on those type of issues, people's housing right next to the park. So it's really ideal. It has the biological values, you got recreational values, and it really has historical values for me in that there used to be limestone quarrying there, started by the Loney Indians. They used the limestone to make paint that they used for their ceremonial regalia. They'd paint themselves with these white stripes. And then, of course, the limestone was used by the Spanish They used it on Sanchez Adobe. They used it at Mission Dolores. They used it at the Presidio. So it has a lot of value, has all these values, not to mention scenic value. So I would feel much better if that alternative was pursued. Donate it to the GGNRA, get a tax write-off for their donation, get out from under the property tax, get out from under, the GGNRA probably will not be interested in doing the reclamation issue. So I'm just saying, look into that. Before you approve this project, have somebody look into that. Thank you.
All right. Richie Beltran, followed by Cliff Lawrence, and then Chris Redfield. Sure. Thank you.
Prishamura. Good evening. My name is Catalina Gomes. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that we are on unceded Ramaytush territory, and so is the site in question. Richie and I are both documented through our genealogy to be descendants from the village site of Tamigtok. This is our ancestral homeland. Our relatives have been buried on this site for thousands of years. You might say this goes really deep for us. It's very personal. And we are not for this project at all. And I would like to request to be included in the tribal consultation. I am the executive director and founder of Muchiate Indigenous Land Trust. One of our focuses is education, educating the public that we are still here. We would love to see this site be developed into a cultural site, a historic cultural site with an arbor for ceremony. We want to bring back our language, our songs, our dances, our culture. I'd also like to see a historical, indigenous cultural site here on this location where we could teach our language. We're working with linguists from UC Berkeley. I enrolled in their Breath of Life Indigenous Language program. We haven't had any native speakers in 100 years. And since March, we've started our own language school. We're revitalizing our language. We're hosting bi-monthly basket circles. We're bringing back our language. We're proposing indigenous names for public areas. And I think this land would be better used to educate and support the needs of the community and not for the greed that is proposed in this project.
Thank you, Kata.
Thank you.
Clifford Lawrence, followed by Chris Redfield, followed by Victoria Soares.
I wasn't expecting to be up so soon. Kind of asked to be last, but here we are. There are so many things that have come into view in the process of preparing for this evening. Such a long laundry list that we could discuss each of them at considerable length. I leave it to others to bring the main points of that together. I want to try to summarize in this fashion. What I find most concerning is what is not in your packet. What is not in your packet is the alternatives and the analysis of those alternatives. So you are being presented tonight with a single recommendation, as it appears to me. I could be wrong. That's the way it appears. I don't know how that feels to you, but to me that feels like a high sales pitch and a bit of railroading. So we need to move on. I and we are here to speak truth to power. This truth cannot be recapped in 2 minutes. As all has been said, it's been thoughtfully written by so many and before you this evening. We are indebted to those who labored to bring us clarity. We are indebted to those who traveled distances to be here to witness before you. Each of you is required to assume your own personal responsibility, but you took on another responsibility when you took your oath and you volunteered for this. You volunteered, you were appointed, you took the oath. Tonight is the time for responsible individuals to take responsible actions. It's time to say, we recommend the no-fill option.
Thank you, Cliff. Guys, I know it's hard, but please let's try to keep the support to a minimum. Or the opposite. Chris Redfield, followed by Victoria Soares, followed by Richie Beltran.
Good evening, staff and commissioners. It's encouraging to see this project make forward progress. The prospect of reusing underutilized, neglected, and essentially abandoned properties no longer needed for their initial purpose is literally refreshing. I spoke these same words in March, but that was regarding 930 Odstad. The same philosophy applies here to the quarry. Its current use as an 86-acre free dog park, erosion model, and refuge for 29 invasive species does not serve the people of Pacifica well. Economic development is critical to Pacifica's survival on all levels. Any proposed residential component in the quarry remains in public control. I absolutely support specific soil origination identification, increased third-party testing, and clearly defined truck trips that will end the fear tactics used as reasons for rejection. Ultimately, this will come down to my CEQA expert is bigger than your CEQA expert. I look forward to continued advancement on quarry reuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Victoria Soares, followed by Richie Beltran, followed by Ken Miles. Sure, if he could state his name for the record, please.
My name is Randy Soares. I've been a resident of Pacifica now for about 34 years. You know, I've spent a lot of time looking at this, and honestly, this seems more like a decimation plan for the quarry than a reclamation plan for the quarry. You know, we're starting off, we're saying that there's this huge problem. And I mean, okay, first of all, I don't think there's the problem that we've had this there for 30 years. We have not fixed this problem, and it doesn't seem like a lot of people here want to necessarily fix that. Sorry, but the other problem I have with this is the selection of this vendor. I mean, one of the elephants in the room is Bayland Soil and its founders. And I'm sure you're familiar with it, the fact that William, I forget your last name, but the third, which is not him, I guess it's his dad, was convicted of bribing San Francisco public officials to get contracted jobs, and in fact have been debarred from doing business with San Francisco. So why would we trust these people to bring in, you know, whatever, 80 truckloads a day or whatever it is, and to do the testing of the soil themselves and tell us it's okay? I just don't understand why we would do that. So I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional about this one, but it just doesn't seem like we've vetted this vendor or this process really well.
All right, Richie Beltran, followed by Ken Miles, followed by Michael Marquez.
Hoshamur, Makam, Kanak, Richie Beltran. Good evening, everyone. My name is Richie Beltran. I always honor the First Nations peoples wherever I'm speaking. It just happens to be my ancestors where I'm speaking now. So I want to honor my ancestors, Ramachishiloni ancestors. That is our Timigtak village. That's our village site that my great-grandfather Uchis and great-grandmother Muchiate were there when my fifth great-grandmother was taken from them and ripped from them and taken to the missions. The land was taken from them, ripped from them. It needs to be back in indigenous consultation so we can find a more balanced way and a more loving way to work with this site. This is a money grab, what's going on over here. I mean, it's plain and simple. I can see it. I'm in construction too. And The analyticals on dirt being brought into job sites is a lot more rigorous than everything I've heard here. I mean, this just reeks of contaminated soil coming in. You're going to wind up with a Kettleman City over there is what you're going to wind up with. I think consultation of our tribe is what needs to happen now so that we can come with a more balanced solution on how we work forward and go from here. Oh.
Thank you, Richie. Ken Miles, followed by Michael Marquez, followed by Randy Soares.
Good evening. Very interesting evening. I lived here about almost 50 years. Moved in back of Valleymar, not, across the east of the quarry here. And what I noticed when the old quarry was operating and grinding rock and sand and whatever else to make the cement, we were getting dust coming all over our cars and houses inside the house for years. And finally, the city required them to have scrubbers to water down the dust. And they didn't put it in right away, but finally it got in. But when they did do it, it made a small difference. And what I expect now, and also we heard a lot of noise at times during the regular work day and school hours. Now we're going to go right back to the same thing again. We're going to have these grinding of dumping dirt. It'll probably with their trucks, engines running, creating smog. And that's going to be another environmental problem. And I thought, here we are creating, using up fossil fuels to do nothing. I think that's important. Secondly, we're going to be covering up existing ecosystems. Right there in the quarry, it looks like a bunch of pampas grass and stuff like there. But if you get down close, there's rabbits, there's voles, snakes, and predator birds feed on them. All kinds of things are going on. And tree frogs are up in that pond that you were talking about. That'll be gone too. Maybe we ought to think about taking the eastern part of the quarry and making it a park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Michael Marquez, followed by Victoria, if you'd like to, and then Sam Casillas.
I want to thank you for listening to my comments. I have been in this area for 63 years. I lived in San Francisco and San Mateo for all my life. I passed by this quarry when it was being operated with shock. Couldn't believe that this mountain was being taken off. I can't believe these people didn't complain at that. Instead, they're here complaining about making it nice again. 30, 40 years, and now it's going to be a place that can be walked on safely. I have brought my dog here too, both of them, and I will never bring them back because I think it's dangerous by the cliffside and that water. I thank the developer for trying to improve this area, and I am shocked that the American people do not want this to continue. Thank you.
Victoria, followed by Sam Casillas, and then Larry Arndt.
Sorry, public speaking makes me nauseous. I'm going to try. I'm fired up about this. I don't want the traffic. I don't want the destruction. I don't want these vendors. Oh, sorry. Not crazy about these vendors, as my husband stated. I'm not in favor, and I'd just like to be on the record stating that. Thanks.
Thank you, Victoria. Sam Casillas, followed by Larry Arndt, followed by Lois Marshall Ward.
Good evening, Commissioners. I said my full comments earlier, but I'll paraphrase tonight. First and foremost, SMARTMA does not require a fill-only option and it's only necessary for development. Short and simple, this is a very poorly developed plan, and there is no question that FER for the quarry reclamation plan and rezoning should be rejected entirely. Instead, if you guys want a recommendation, you need to go for the no-fill reclamation plan because Any potential of a fill alternative would create hazards. Additionally, a zoning change of planned development should be rejected, and instead a change to conservation should be adopted for the quarry to serve as a buffer zone using nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation in order to protect our city now. It's going to protect the infrastructure, and it's going to protect all the adjacent home in Rockaway and Valimar as well. There's a lot of issues with this. Traffic safety and pollution mitigation hasn't even adequately been studied. Again, fill is not required. There are options that the applicant never studied and are feasible for this site, but they can't answer those questions really. When they start talking about, oh, this is gonna be expensive, noisy, they didn't study it. So how can we talk about the no-fill option if it's not even an option here? And that's the question you all should be asking as well. What is the no-fill option? Because these other options are nothing but a way for them to be able to make money instead of doing what is necessary. There's examples of this with Maury Point, that they were able to recontour and use erosion fabric for all that, as well as Pedro Point. This has been done already all around here, so the same thing can be done here. And again, the zoning to planned development is not warranted. There's a bunch of hazards that weren't even studied, and flooding, hydrology, coastal erosion due to climate change. This is just an end around to get away from the vote. So there's already Isha there in red lake habitat, so you would be destroying that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Larry Arndt, followed by Loris Marshall Ward, followed by Pete Shoemaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. This sounds like a great plan for the applicant, but it doesn't really sound like it's designed for Pacificans. The truck trips is a huge cost to the neighbors. I live in Valimar, so it would be a big cost for us. But please explore some lower impact alternatives. This plan seems very grandiose, seems out of scale for the site and for our home of Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you. Lois Marshall Ward, followed by Pete Shoemaker, and then Jeffrey Sender.
Hi, I live in Valimar, and I've lived in Valimar for over 25 years. I'm very concerned about the traffic. We already have very bad traffic in Valimar, and near the school is much worse. And it will not just affect Pacifica around Valimar, it will affect all of Pacifica, including businesses. I don't think people want to go to areas that have such bad traffic, so actually it would have an economic impact to the businesses in Rockaway and Valimar. I'm also very concerned about the environmental impacts. The dirt is coming from places that don't really want this dirt. They're trying to get rid of the dirt. So it just concerns me that we're taking in all this dirt that could have possibly toxins. I just don't see the benefit to Pacifica in doing this way. As many others have said, perhaps it could be accomplished in another way, like it was done at Maury Point or some other projects. So I oppose this plan and hope that you will consider the risks of this plan and look at other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. Pete Shoemaker, followed by Jeffrey Sender, followed by Connie Menifee.
Yes, Pete Shoemaker here. As many of you may know, I've done a number of videos on city issues in the past, and typically they would get about 200 or so hits. This video I did on the quarry has over 4,000 hits. And it's not because people liked it, it's because people looked at it and said, oh my God, this is crazy, I've got to share it with my friends. I just want to give you the idea of the extent and the depth of the opposition, as if I needed to repeat myself here. The plan, as I was researching this, I just couldn't believe it. The plan is just ludicrous. It is just unbelievably crazy. You're thinking of putting 1 million tons of loose dirt above a critical sewage treatment outflow next to schools, beaches, and homes in an area where major earthquake is almost certain to occur. That's just lunacy. It doesn't work. And everybody knows this. I guarantee you that this thing will never see the light of day as it is, because the public will mobilize behind it, and we will not let anybody turn Pacifica into a dump. We're not going to do it, and we will fight you all the way. We don't want to do that. We want to work together with you cooperatively. We need that in the community. But we don't. You will get this massive opposition because it's really nuts. Okay, so the point is, what would we like? We'd like a development plan. I'm personally in favor of a development on the southern portion of the quarry, next to Rockaway, and the rest of it dedicated to open space. I think there's a lot of consensus for that, extending Rockaway Beach. We need the money, no question about that. The economics is important. There's a way to work together, but this plan and all its implements and its legal, speciousness and all the things that are talking about challenging will not work. We don't want to fight you. Please, please don't create that situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Jeffrey Cinder, followed by Connie Menifee, followed by Jan Turner.
This is Jeff Cinder, and I'm going to put away my prepared remarks because many people have already expressed their thoughts on them. I just want to say that I use the quarry, and it is not a dog park. I am not a dog. I enjoy it. Many of the people in the room here enjoy the quarry, and they don't have dogs. I think it's also important for the citizens of Pacifica to know how much the owner of the quarry is getting paid for the soil. I haven't heard that figure. I think it is our business because of all of the distractions and trucks that are going to be driving through there. I want to know how much the owner is getting paid as I lose my privacy on this. And then my third point, has the Planning Commission, have they been in touch with the Pacifica Police Department, the Pacifica Fire Department, the ambulance services? How do they feel about 161 trucks going up and down the only north-south route in Pacifica? They can't stop anything. I recognize that, but I think it's your job to interview them, talk to them, even if it's off the record. You got to know what they think. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Connie Menifee, followed by Jan Turner, followed by Denise Leonardi.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Connie Menifee. I'm a retired Deputy City Attorney, San Francisco, and 30-year veteran of the Quarry Wars. Along with many of you here tonight, I attended all of those meetings, charrettes, debates, proposed project presentations, etc. ad nauseum. I've heard countless testimonials over 3+ decades that Pacifica would support visitor-serving improvements and revenue-generating development in the quarry if it was just the right project. Such promises and negotiations eventually came to ring hollow. I think they ring hollow tonight as well. The naysayers just want to preserve the status quo, a public access dog run on private property in a coveted coastal zone. Let's not delude ourselves. The quarry property is not pristine, breathtaking Maury Point. It is scarred, ugly, and dangerous. It's a former mining pit, for God's sake. Reclamation is long overdue. I don't claim to possess the expertise to advise the specific methods of restoration, but please get it done. Approve the project and pass it along to City Council for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Jan Turner, followed by Denise Leonardi, followed by Suzanne Desjardins.
Do not approve this project. I say that because most of Pacifican residents do not want to see this go forward. 161 trucks per day, and we have people over there that state that this will not impact traffic, but what is impossible to even assume is how that little tiny parking lot, people don't come through there all the time. People don't exit through there because it's a little tiny parking lot. You're going to add another traffic light trigger right there. It's going to have to turn so that all those trucks can come out. Well, that's going to slow down traffic even more. That is going to impact travel because that's another trigger on a traffic light that wouldn't normally occur. And as for going up the curve, the S-curve, going up towards 280, trucks go very slow on that because they can't go any faster. They have to come down slow because they'll be full of dirt. And how that is not going to impact traffic coming through rush hour, it's impossible to think that that would not occur. No traffic study has been done that touched either that traffic light or going up that hill. And in addition, oh God, I had so many things to say, but 2 minutes is also almost impossible. But the majority of voters here do not want this reclamation to go forward. No one that lives here wants 161 dump trucks per day for 4 years dumping potentially toxic dirt and exasperating traffic at the intersection. We're already trapped in Valamar. If you guys let this go forward, we could get trapped in there in case there was a fire because of all these trucks screwing everything up. This is not what we want. The quarry reclaimed itself. It's been there for 40 years as is. Leave it alone.
Thank you, Jan. Denise Leonardi, followed by Suzanne Desjardins, followed by Andrea Aiello.
Hello, I'm Denise Leonardi, and I have been a resident for 40 years. And a lot of people have already voiced a lot of things that I agree on. I was told that, my opinion does matter. Come. A lot of people have said our opinions, so please value our opinion. There is a school there. Is the dust not going to get to the school children? I mean, they already have to deal with the sewer system smells, And the other thing is, there is an ecosystem there. We need to change some of our ways instead of always just plow over and make it beautiful. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Aiello, followed by Nancy Tierney, and then Suzanne Moore.
Yeah, my name is Susan Desjardins. I live in Valamar, and I won't reiterate the issues. I really have a problem with the findings of a less than significant impact environmentally. The dust emissions, the diesel truck emissions, the congestion, the wear and tear are going to affect me, other people in Valamar, and other people in Rockaway Beach as well. That's my first comment. The second one is similar to other people. We've heard one particular proposal. I want a second opinion on the Surface Mining Reclamation Act. We're asking, you're asking us to believe the applicant who is being paid. The more dirt they haul into the quarry, the more they're getting paid. So there's a perverse incentive there. So please, consider a second opinion there, and please consider something less than the full fill.
Thank you. Andrea Aiello, followed by Nancy Tierney, and then Suzanne Moore.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Tierney. I'm speaking as a Pacifica resident and as a member of Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter, urging the Commission to not approve the quarry reclamation plan and FEIR. To summarize the concerns described in the May 25th letter from the Sierra Club to the Commission, we are concerned about the environmental impacts of the proposed reclamation plan, especially the greenhouse gas emissions, also known as pollution, generated by 161 truckloads of imported soil every day for 4 years. This reclamation plan is unnecessary, hauling 1 million cubic yards of soil from unspecified sources without any relation to a development plan. At the same time, the EIR refers to alternative approaches, namely a no-soil hauling alternative and a reduced fill alternative. From the FEIR, it reads, implementation of the proposed reclamation plan would include soil import, minor excavation, and other ground-disturbing activities that could cause soil erosion at an accelerated rate during storm events. End of quote. Reclamation of formerly mined lands seems like a reasonable response to the degradation of the site. Areas of the country mined for minerals and coal have suffered severely, resulting in polluted land, air, and water. Still, in order to avoid unintended consequences, Pacifica should settle on a solution that fully accounts for future land use and effects on the ecosystem. I'll leave you with questions that I got talking to neighbors and visitors. Why is the city doing this, and what's in it for them? So my vision, studying the alternatives and come up with a sensitive and environmentally sensitive and cultural solution. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to make sure that I didn't miss somebody, because I think I've gone, I think I missed a card. Did Andrea Aiello speak? And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. Here? Would you like to speak? Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Andrea Aiello, and I have been using the quarry several times a week since 1987. I do think it's a scarred space, but I also think the alternative or the plan that has been proposed just doesn't work. We don't need 1 million cubic feet of soil. I think the problem is that, the quarry is private property. And so over the years, different people have bought this land, and we keep turning them down, and we keep saying, no, we don't want housing there. And so now this is a proposal, and the city hasn't said to the property owner, give us another alternative. Give us 3 alternatives. They just go with the alternative that the property owner wants. And we're saying we want to see different alternatives. I know this is not the way the city works usually, but go back, push back to the property owner and say, we don't want this alternative. We want to see other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Moore, and she'll be followed by Betty Montague and Kurt Keist.
Suzanne Moore from the Manor and member of Pacifica Housing for All. Over the past several weeks, like Nancy, I've been listening to community members and their concerns about the quarry reclamation, and several questions keep recurring. First, why are we doing this? Does the reclamation have to be so extensive? Are there plans that are less impactful or require no filling? Have we adequately studied this plan's impact on air pollution with trucks and dust, traffic disruption from trucks, evaluation of landfill for toxic components, disruption of the existing creek and surrounding flora and fauna, disruption of loss of recreational use of the quarry for 4 years, safety issues of landfill in a quake zone and possibility of liquefaction as experienced in the 1989 Loma Prieta quake. And the most common question, will I be able to vote on this plan? When asked how this property could best be utilized, I heard continued open space and recreational use, public education of climate change and sea level rise, education of the Ohlone way of life and stewardship, site for demonstration and public education of a nature-based solution for climate change. As a community member interested in housing, I do find safety an important issue. I've been told that the water table in the quarry is at ground level, which makes building potentially impractical. I believe the public deserves further information before this plan advances. Again, why are we doing this? Please reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Betty Montague, followed by Kurt Keist, and then Dinah Verby.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm totally against this idiotic plan. I'm for what the Alanis propose. I put that on the eastern part for the cultural site, and all that. And the western site to be fully restored to natural area. My brother could sit. My brother suggested putting in a few ponds, remove all the invasive plants like pomegranates and all that stuff. On the eastern part, they could make that nature too, like the Alanis had it. The Alanis had a lot more sense than the Europeans that came in and started mucking things up. I won't use the F word because, wouldn't be nice. But plus, there's a business about traffic. It's bad enough as it is. We don't need more trucks, more pollution, and more mucking up the climate and everything else. And I think it's a money grab. Our planning department is so, and our city council is so in bed with developers, they allow anything that comes down the pike, hillside stuff where it's unstable. They want to do other things around Pedro Point, other places. It's all about money. And is this going to not 1 red cent of taxpayers' money should go for this, bull poop, so to speak. Wonder about fixing the potholes and stuff. Not all this, stuff. I'll put it, just deep six. I say in the Mariana Trench, right off Guam. Deepest part in the whole world. I don't want to pollute up that either. So just say no. Enough of this stuff.
Thank you, Betty. Kurt Keist, followed by Dinah Verby, followed by Jane Prey Silver.
My name is Kurt Keast. Tonight, we, the community of Pacifica, need to help our planning commission. They have a very difficult task. They understand our issues, but they can't just vote no without a fair and reasonable approach that can withstand legal scrutiny. This is their first chance to review the EIR and the application and to consider all the comments. Our planning commission did not propose this project. Our city did not propose this project. It is the proposal of Baylands Soil Pacifica LLC. Unfortunately, I need to remind us that Baylands Soil Pacifica was founded by William Gilmartin III and Alan Varela, who have both been convicted and are serving federal sentences for bribing the San Francisco Department of Public Works Director, Mohammed Nuru. The CEO and manager is William Gilmartin IV, the son of the convicted founder. I'm sure he's a fine fellow. He doesn't have experience with doing reclamation, he says, but I'm sure he can get us through this. The corporate address is 225 3rd Street in Oakland. And if you look it up on Google Street View, you'll see that it's a small one-story old brick building labeled East Bay Tires in the industrial section. We propose rejecting the applicant's proposed his alternative and in favor of the reduced fill alternative with some wording changes. Others are even proposing the no-fill alternative. But I would suggest that we now change the analysis by the city to read and replace the last two sentences of the analysis. The enormous impact of 4 years of 220,000 12-ton dump truck loads with all the traffic disruption and air pollution and disruption of the Clara Creek Public Trail would be significantly mitigated with the reduced fill alternative, saving approximately 1/2 of those dump truck loads and nearly 2 years of disruption.
Thank you,
Therefore, we reject the applicant's proposed alternative and instead approve the reduced fill alternative. Thank you.
Dinah Verby, followed by Jane Prey-Silver, followed by Melinda McNaughton.
Hi, thank you for giving me a chance to speak. A point was made that I just wanted to reiterate because I didn't want it to get lost, and that was the mention of the starfish. This particular site is free of starfish wasting disease. The coast is losing its starfish, and for whatever reason, this magical place, the starfish are thriving. And it seems to me that it would be worthwhile finding out, the scientists want to know, why are the starfish thriving here? The Native Americans called this a place of the whales, and they're beginning to think maybe the abundance of whales is having an effect on that. So I would hope that you would consider that in whatever direction you go in. The other thing I wanted to address is soil importation. I think there are some risks, some serious risks in that. I know that the reports are filled with very fancy language, but I'm a person that likes to read, so I like to get past fancy language and look at the practicality. For one thing, it looks like I have 58 seconds left. For one thing, for instance, you can do mixed tank. You can take something that's considered non-toxic and you can mix in something toxic, and that's considered safe in a soil. We have to look at things like that. There are new threats from the climate change coming where there are more diseases in the soil, and there are invasive pests coming into the soil now into Northern California that destroy the roots of plants so that no plants can grow there. So I'm a neighbor of yours. I've been a neighbor since 1989. I live in El Granada, and we share an environment and an economy and a street with you. As far as the economy, if silt or poisons get into the ocean, that is going to affect us, our quality of life and our economy. And the last thing I wanted to say is that I hope that you will take things very seriously on this. Oh, the last thing I want to say is, as far as the traffic, I lost a family member to a car accident, and the amount of pain that comes from that is overwhelming. So I hope that you will listen very carefully to people when they say that they're very concerned as we send our family members back and forth over Highway 1. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jane Prey Silver, followed by Melinda McNaughton, and then Owen Bridges.
The people who have been speaking are not the people whose names you're calling.
The next person I have is Jane Prey Silver.
That was just Jane.
That was just Jane,
Yep.
okay.
And I'm Melinda.
Then, did Dinah Verby speak? That's me. You are out of order, okay. All right, I'll put you next.
Thank you. I am Dinah Verby, the one and only. Everybody knows, I think, that I'm very much opposed to this particular plan. I submitted extensive written comments. I hope you all had a chance to read them about the many inadequacies, the legal deficiencies in the EIR. We have an expert whose report I do hope you've reviewed, Richard Grissetti. And one of the big flaws in the traffic and emissions analysis is the fact that they're not counting the 161 truck trips as new trips. That's absurd. It's unheard of in CEQA practice. This is a departure from common practice. You cannot consider these truck trips to be anything other than new trips under CEQA, a proper CEQA analysis. And of course, that leads to emissions and greenhouse gas emissions that exceed the legal allowances. And there is no discussion of that in the EIR, and there's no mitigation for it. I'd like to talk about a couple of other issues. And the criminal conduct of the founder, the principals of the applicants' companies has been mentioned. I say this not to embarrass or malign anybody, but because it does bring up the duty of the city to do its due diligence in investigating the applicant and in making sure that the city is not left hanging if the applicant defaults or abandons the project. We've been told that a performance bond has been posted, but we haven't been, the amount of that bond hasn't been disclosed. We deserve to know that, and that bond had better be really, really high. I'm aware of a current situation where another developer that was involved in litigation with the city, I'm told, has defaulted on his indemnity obligations. I understand the city could be liable for many thousands of, hundreds of thousands of dollars in fees. We don't want that to happen again.
Thank you, Dinah.
Thank you.
All right, Melinda McNaughton.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to bring up that, once again, we have a local indigenous Ramaytush village that's currently on the land, and the quarry is their ancestral Ramaytush land, and we need to be sensitive and respectful to this. The indigenous people are constantly and historically pushed around regarding development, changing up the land and their ancestral sites. You have the opportunity, Pacifica has the opportunity to dig deeper into the cultural history of this stolen land and educate the public about the indigenous Ramaytush history and environmental stewardship, which we could learn a lot from. Pacifica could be a role model for this. There's not a lot of this going along on our coast. As for the plan, it sounds eco-conscious the way it is being presented, yet not with all the living systems and wildlife you cover up with the soil. It seems disrespectful to the current life that is already there. And there's a concern of the soil contaminating the watershed, the streams, and out to the ocean. So we have to be concerned about that. I agree with the other solutions, the other ideas about using nature-based solutions to restore the land and the habitat there. We always plan development, we always think of development as a solution to restore the economy. We don't have unlimited land, and we need to find other ways to do that. So I don't think that's a really good reason for making developing this area. Erosion and safety, that problem is all along the coast. I don't think the people who live here think it's a visual degradation, at least maybe most of them probably don't. And as far as garbage goes, the new design is not going to solve that problem. That's another issue. Seems
extreme to cover all the land on the established ecosystems, and my vision would be to restore the native habitat on it and create a historical indigenous cultural site. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Owen Brisges, followed by Bob Battaglio, and then Susan Herring.
Yeah, my name is Owen Brisges. I had some prepared statements today, but I've got a little bit derailed. I'm a registered civil engineer in the state of California, contractor by trade, working for the last 20 years in the peninsula. I'm somewhat disturbed by the professionals that have come up here and tried to paint that the only solution to this reclamation is this alternative. Civil engineering is a creative art, and there are a myriad of solutions that would create the objectives of SMARA. One of the arguments put forth was that the slopes were so unstable that they were about to fall down, whereas in the same breath they were saying that they would need dynamite or heavy equipment to collapse these cliffs. The two cannot be true at the same time. There are areas that can be knocked down with an excavator and brought within stability, and there are cliffs that can be determined to be stable with engineering analysis. Appendix D is the soil testing criteria and all of the contaminants that will be allowed to be screened for and their limits. I just wanted to give one example that motor oil will be allowed in 5,100 milligrams for every kilogram that is brought on the site. So that's motor oil that will be allowed to be brought on the site. And if we think that's safe for the starfish or anything else, I think that's untrue. I would recommend that you say that there needs to be analytics on every single truck that enters this site. The criteria are set forth there, and it is as low as a Ziploc bag per 500 trucks. That is not acceptable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna say one last time. Sorry to be a broken record, but please just try to hold it. Okay, Bob
Battaglio.
Battaglio, thank you.
Yes, hi.
Followed by Susan Herring and Eddie Hornell. And I'm sorry if I'm butchering people's last names.
No, it's okay. Some people do it for fun. Bob Battaglio. I live at 877 Reina Del Mar in Valimar. I have general concern about the amount of fill and truck traffic. The truck traffic will obviously impact traffic, and anyone that lives in town knows that Highway 1 between Rockaway and Valimar is kind of dense, especially during school time. And I just can't imagine what it would be like with this many trucks up and down the road. Secondly, there's greenhouse gas emissions from truck traffic, which I don't think is consistent with the city's interests in terms of mitigation of climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm also concerned about that. I think that's more than a temporary impact. I want to talk a little bit about importing a lot of earth. Am I out of time?
No, you have
Okay.
another minute.
First of all, I think a lot of people have mentioned contamination. I think that's really important. It really depends on what standards you're using. I heard somebody talk about Title 22, which is probably not adequate from at least my perspective as a resident. I think you need tougher standards for contamination thresholds. Also, fill can bring weeds and insects that are undesirable, non-native insects, and the soil agronomy is important, or soil chemistry for planting and revegetation, especially with natural areas. So I think that the reclamation plan should include soil quality testing for planting and ecology. Also, there's a need for Am I out of time now?
Yeah.
Okay, also there's a need for, admixtures for special habitat areas. The Water Quality Control Board has standards for wetland fill and wetland cover, which are pretty strict.
Thank you, Mr. Battaglio. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Susan Herring, followed by Eddie Hornell, followed by Dan Underhill.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Susan Herring. I sent you all an email on March 1st. I don't think I heard back, but anyway, I am not in favor of this proposal. I am in favor of either reduced fill or no soil hauling. The traffic is a huge issue. The dumping in our quarry, I believe, is unnecessary. I appreciate what others have said, and especially our indigenous people, and hope that you will work with them in the future to create a solution that will be beneficial for our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Eddie Hornell, followed by Dan Underhill, and then Lori Goldberg.
Hello, my name's Edie Havermel.
Okay.
It's okay, it's my lot in life. Thank you for hearing me out today. I just want to say that the quarry is full of wildlife. There's coyotes and frogs and snakes. I saw a snake today when I was in the quarry. There's so much wildlife, and if we do fill, it's just going to kill everything. And I don't think that's good, and I like that the quarry has reclaimed itself, which I love that the previous person said. I also want to talk about the traffic. So I live in Valimar. I've lived in Valimar for 32 years now. And I've watched the kids come and go and the traffic there. And that little, the exit part that they're proposing is where the kids sometimes get out of their parents' car and walk across the street, or the parents do a little roundabout to get into the school. Somebody's going to get killed there, I'm afraid. That there's going to be a child that gets killed there because that's not a good place. The traffic's just not good. So I don't think it's a good idea. As for what to do with it, I want to be conscious that this is private land. Somebody bought this land. It's bought, right? I would like us to encourage him, if he's listening today, which I'm sure he is, hello. It would be great to give the west side to see if GGNRA would take it. I think that would be great. The east side, I think Pacifica should seriously think about buying it and turning it into a park and something that we can do for the indigenous people to have a space for that. That's all I really have to say. Please don't vote for this. I don't think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Edie. All right. Dan Underhill, followed by Lori Goldberg, followed by Dan Stedjink.
My name is Dan Underhill. I've been a Pacifican for 3 or 4 decades. I believe that reclamation is a misnomer with regard to this project. I think that that nature has been busy trying to reclaim the area for ever since it was a quarry, and it could use some help pulling up some invasive species and the like. But dumping a load of dirt on it doesn't strike me as reclamation. And I would really appreciate it if you don't vote in favor of this idea.
Okay. Next up, we have Lori Goldberg, followed by Dan Stedjnik.
My name is Lori Goldberg, and I get a feeling that a lot of you guys have not walked in the quarry. I was out there the past couple weekends. People come from all over the country. I talked to someone from Miami, Florida. They're like, how can they do this to this quarry? How can they ruin it? To me, I agree with what one person said. beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I have lived here for 41 years, something like that. I have walked through that quarry many times. To me, it's beautiful. It's beautiful the way it is. And someone's out here to make a lot of money with this soil dumping and destroying our beautiful area. I don't know why the city can't find a way to get money from these people who come from all over the world, from all over the Bay Area, and get them into our restaurants, get them to spend money in our stores. I don't know why they can't do that. I tutor, and there's this girl that I tutor. She's going from 6th grade to 7th grade, and she said to me, you know, everywhere I look, there's development. She goes, I like nature. I want to walk in nature. I want to ride my bike in nature. So think of the legacy that you're leaving our younger generations, which is very sad, because I've seen a lot of changes in Pacifica over the years that I've lived here, and I've seen some of the ugliest looking houses being put up, Fassler being torn up, $5 million ugly houses, 2 of them or whatever, up on a hill. I don't understand why people here, the Planning Commission, the City Council, do not respect our nature. And I think it's so cool that the Native American Indians are here. I would like to see that be open space. Oh, what's interesting too is the developer, Hewley, I think he's still here, the developer, he wanted to put 2,500 square foot bungalows up on the hills in the quarry. 2,500 square foot bungalows. So there's something fishy going on with this. If all of a sudden, oh, the cliffs are dangerous and this and that, probably more people are killed by car accidents and sharks than,
Thank you, Lori.
than the cliffs.
Okay, Dan Stejnik, followed by Victor Carmichael, and then Jim Kramer, and real quick, then the last one I have is Sherry Chan. So if you want to speak, we're down to the last 4 in the room.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Dan Stejnik. This is going to be your legacy here. This is the site of the first genocide of Native Americans in Northern California. When Portola was at the discovery site, he wasn't looking over Lindemar. He was looking over the Rockaway Quarry. As far back as 1802, Rockaway was designated, that quarry, as Rockaway, an Indian word, Rakeke, meaning sandy land. Spanish at the Mission Dolores enslaved Native Americans to mine limestone for the Presidio in 1776 and the second version of Mission Dolores in 1782. All the Native Americans in Pacifica, in Tamigtac, died before that. Roughly, they died 1782 from pandemic-era disease. Catholic Charities say they have 5,000 sets of Native American remains from the coast side at Mission Dolores in the cemetery next to the actual Mission Dolores, originally San Francis de Assisi. These aren't mine tailings here. This is continental drift. You've got San Andreas Fault going south, San Gregorio Fault going north, and Pilarcitos Fault at Devil's Slide coming sideways across there. These are not 300-year-old Native American remains. These are 3,000-year-old Native American remains. Archaeologist Shirley Dry in 1993 identified Native American remains from 500 AD, which was 2,000 years ago. Caltrans in 1973 identified 2 different sites, A and B, on the quarry. The Nelson shell mound maps show that our shell mounds on the quarry. 3 different ballot measures this failed to pass. 3 different felons this current developer is using to pass this. 3 different earthquakes, 1914, 1957, and 2023 on this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. All right, we have Victor Carmichael, followed by Jim Kramer, and then Sherry Chan.
Yeah, I'll try to be real quick and get this into 2 minutes. My name is Victor Carmichael. I live in Fairmont West. On the face of this, if you only read the staff report, this proposal is too good to be true. It promised to restore a former limestone quarry to its pre-quarry undeveloped condition and at no cost to the city. Of course, real restoration to pre-quarry conditions is a virtual impossibility. The plan is to fill the old quarry with unwanted soil and then recreate a coastal prairie habitat plant community on top of the fill. Good luck with fighting invasives on that. That's not to say that any attempt at restoration is a bad idea. But details of this wacky plan are absurd, dragging 1 million cubic yards of soil, dirt, or whatever from all over the Bay Area to try to restore a giant, many-acre-wide excavation into a hillside is essentially attempting to geologically repair the Earth's surface. It's called terraforming. And then there's the problem of soil's toxicity. It will not be tested by an outside service, but by the Bayland Soil Pacifica LLC. Are we being set up to be the site of a popular new Bay Area landfill? Why is it difficult to understand why the city did not consider a no-fill alternative? Restoration can still be accomplished with public support. And finally, what is this about rezoning the area? Is this a way to get out from under the requirement that residential housing there must be approved by voters? In any case, once the good citizens of Pacifica experience the traffic disaster that this will entail, watch out for lawsuits and recall petitions. I am asking the Planning Commission to reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Kramer, followed by Cherie Chan, and then Marge Davis.
Hi, I'm Jim Kramer. I'm a resident of Sharp Park since 2008, but my wife was born in Pacifica, so I have some background there. I'm very concerned that the reclamation alternatives which were in the draft EIR got removed. I'm curious when that happened. The draft included the no-fill and the partial fill, or a no-fill and a partial fill, low-fill idea. Those were gone from it. Yet the companies, many people who reviewed that, the Sierra Club, the Coastal Commission, and many citizens and the professional reviewer, considered that those alternatives were the superior alternatives given. So the ones that were recommended by other authorities have been removed from consideration. They are gone from the final EIR. How did that happen? I think transparency would be useful there. We're told by the city that the owner favors this plan, and we're also told that this plan was submitted in 2016. That's really interesting, apropos of what Ms. Goldberg just said. 2016 and the city said they suspended concern with considering this draft because of Measure W. I believe that was the 2016 project that Mr. Hewley was proposing. So it looks like this plan was proposed prior to Measure W, which would explain why major reclamation might be required. If it hasn't been revisited from then, it should be, and the idea that some development must have been in mind makes good sense with me there. I also think it's important to know that Mr. Hewley had a reclamation plan with the Army Corps of Engineers, which was going to allow him to get rights to develop other else. I've forgotten the word, but he had deposited the land in a mitigation bank that would allow him development elsewhere. He was willing to give up other development opportunities and quite happily just reclaim a small portion of the property. And yet now we're forced back to considering one that was way prior to that.
Thank you. Cherie Chan, followed by Marge Davis, and that is the last speaker card I have.
Hi there, Cherie again, just adding my voice to the numerous Pacificans objecting to the proposed quarry plan until we have an adequate environmental impact report in consultation with the rightful owners of this stolen land. Honestly, I'm here because somebody's definitely going to appeal this to the California Coastal Commission. And having done this before, I know that if I'm doing this again, I need to appeal this every step of the way, so I'm here again tonight, until we are before a body which can give this application a thorough, unbiased review, not by convicted felons. Thank you so much for your service.
Marge Davis, followed by Kim Finale.
Good evening. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. Honestly, it's completely overwhelming, the passion in the room and all the ideas that have come out, that it's like I switch positions every time I turn around. Not that I'm not completely against the fulfill alternative, don't get me wrong, But it's just, wow, they're great ideas. But I also was concerned about the seemingly incomplete process that was followed in preparing the EIR and the packet that almost seemed to advocate for this one application that we've received here in town. And I think it's been evidenced by the many comments and reports that you've received from the public and from environmental experts and from regulatory agencies. And one email that was posted late was from Ocean at the California Coastal Commission, and I would like to draw your attention to that. It was sent on June 2nd, and it had some questions around the PD zoning change and also some questions they had around the EIR that hadn't been answered. But basically, the EIR and packet provided you tonight were incomplete, put you in a difficult position. My advice to you, the vision I would have, is to ask for more information and analysis, explore other alternatives, not just the ones that were looked at in the draft EIR, but take some of these wonderful ideas. I think there's a quarry reclamation plan that Hula has actually hired the city to put together for him. Maybe invite him to come to town and have a town meeting and hear some of the ideas of the citizens. And although it was very kind of Mr. Gilmartin to decide that we have a blight on our city and that it's covered with trash and it's ugly, I take a little bit of exception. I don't think that's a way to win friends, to come into a community and tell us how horrible it is and that he knows better for us what we want. And I'd like to ask him if he wants to move here and live the next 4 years under the burden of this project with the stress, the distraction from our quality of life, pollution, safety, dust, noise, and traffic. It will take a huge toll on this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Marge. All right, the last speaker card I have is Kim Finale. Are you Kim? Come on up.
I'm the real Kim Finale. Thank you for being here this evening. And I just wanted to, I wasn't going to get up and speak, but I realized that I didn't hear, of all the comments, I didn't hear any comments on how expensive it is to dispose of contaminated soil by the truckload. And I'm not sure if anybody here is aware of how, I work for general engineering contractors specializing in heavy highway, and my current employer is an active quarry operator. And I happen to know a little bit about disposing of contaminated soil and how far away they have to truck it and how expensive it is. And you can't even, they used to take it up to Dixon. I don't even think they take it out there anymore. You can't pay anyone enough money to take contaminated soil. Don't let them dump it here. Pacifica is not a dump, but it will be if you let them. They're doing someone a favor. Whoever's contaminated soil they're hauling away for them here, they're doing them a big favor, and we can't have it here.
All right. That is the last speaker card I have. So, James, I'm assuming that we have some raised hands. Can you let me know approximately how many raised hands we have?
Chair, it looks like we have 11 raised hands as of now.
Okay, is everyone doing okay, or do we want a quick break, or are we okay?
I can make it through 11 more.
Okay, let's go to the phone. A reminder to dial, that the dial-in information is currently shown on the screen. Now is the time to press *9 to raise your hand or to raise your hand in Zoom.
Stephen Goodell, you're up.
My name is Stephen Goodale, and I used to play in the quarry pit mud as a kid. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly argue that returning the land to its original indigenous stewards, the Ramaytush, would be the ultimate act of reclamation. It rectifies past injustices, fosters healing, and builds a more inclusive and sustainable future. Indigenous communities have endured colonization and displacement for too long. Returning the land to the Ramaytush is a crucial step in acknowledging their deep connection and cultural heritage. It is an act of reconciliation and dismantling the legacy of colonization. The Ramaytush possess invaluable traditional knowledge and stewardship practices that have been honed over countless generations. Returning the land allows for the preservation of their cultural practices, languages, and spiritual connections. It revitalizes their identity and ensures the sharing of ancestral wisdom. This partnership promotes environmental stewardship, cultural preservation, and social justice. It integrates Indigenous perspectives into decision-making, fostering inclusivity and diversity. Embracing Indigenous leadership nurtures a harmonious relationship with the land and paves the way towards a more equitable future. Returning the land to the Ramaytush is a transformative act of healing, reconciliation, and justice. It honors their ancestral connections, revives their cultural practices, and propels us towards a more inclusive society. Pacifica, together, let us take this significant step towards a brighter, more sustainable future, the Indigenous California coast. Thank you.
Who's the next speaker?
Jacob C., you're up.
And if you could please speak your full name for the record, Jacob.
Guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Jacob Kamayani of Kamayani Trucking, and thank you for letting me speak. Just as a trucking company, a local trucking company, the idea of a landfill close to the West Bay is just a great idea for us as truckers. Having worked for Baylands before it was Baylands, we used to get like 500 to 1,000 loads a day in there. And the thought of only 160 in and out, whatever the numbers may be, you're only really talking about 30 or 40 trucks. And all trucks in California are all under the DEF system, so they'll be clean burning. And, as far as everything else, that's for the city and for Baylands to work out. But as far as trucking goes, it would be great for trucking, great for construction, and we would be on our best behavior. So anyway, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Allison Little.
Yes, thank you. My name is Allison Little. I'm a resident of Manor on unceded Ramaytush land. And I wanted to speak against this proposal and in favor of other speakers who have recommended that this land be returned to the original inhabitants of the land. I also wanted to speak in favor of including Catalina Gomes, who spoke earlier, in any discussions or plans to develop the quarry in any way in the future. I know that she is recognized as a direct descendant of the Ramaytush, and so I believe it is her right to be included in any planning. Thank you for your time and for listening to all these comments.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, James.
Kate Broderick.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kate Broderick, and I am also a member of Coastside Families Taking Action. And Coastside Families Taking Action is a local advocacy group that is working on the coastside, including Pacifica, to advocate for a more equitable, sustainable, and welcoming place for everyone and their families. And at CFTA, we acknowledge and we would like to honor the fact that the Ohlone peoples, specifically the Ramaytush tribe, lived in what we now know as the peninsula and specifically Pacifica for thousands of years. And we acknowledge that the genocide that occurred on these lands and embrace the descendants of these tribes who are living today, specifically Kata. And this is stolen land that we're talking about. And I and other members of CFTA stand with Kata in asking you to please not approve this plan and instead embrace the descendants of these tribes who are living today and dedicate and give back this space so that we can honor the living descendants of these tribes and have a cultural site. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, James.
Summer Lee.
Hi,
Hi, this is Summer Lee. I don't want to repeat all the amazing statements that have been made already, but you asked for a vision, and I just want to reiterate that returning this to the Ramaytush is an amazing vision. Also, using it as an open space is amazing. And for those who say this is a private property and private rights, well, buyer beware. Also, going further about the vision, I really am thinking about the vision of this planning commission, who has approved some projects in the past, even when there has been a huge public concern about the projects. And so part of my vision is also avoiding lawsuits and appeals and listening to the community. And I also would like the questions that have been brought up tonight to be answered in a public forum where the community can be engaged. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Summer.
Mark, Ryan, Sally.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, cool. Yeah, so I moved to Valimar about 11 years ago, and like a lot of people here tonight, I love the quarry. I walk through it every week, and honestly, I'd be perfectly happy with the quarry as it is right now, forever, dangers and all. But to be honest, I'm not here to assert my personal vision for the site, as it's not my property. And I honestly worry that leaving approval of projects like these to people like me has arrested progress of home development that's driving up the cost of living in California. Now, the plan that's being evaluated here doesn't specify that it's being prepared for residential development, but that kind of seems to me like that's the goal. And while I selfishly worry that I might lose something to this development, I am more worried about the arrested development of the Bay Area imposed by its local government. So I mentioned I moved here 11 years ago. If I hadn't moved here then, I don't think I could afford to live here today. The increasing cost of housing prices out families. It imposes long commutes on workers, and it contributes to rising homelessness in California. Honestly, it's pretty catastrophic. I'm skeptical that many of the specific current concerns brought up by others tonight here are truly pivotal. I think the objection is fundamentally to any development, and that the specific concerns are in large part reverse engineered from there. I think any plan that comes forward is going to meet this kind of resistance regardless of details. It's a pattern that's repeated up and down the state, and it's resulted in the arrested development and unaffordable home prices. Now, I understand why. Like, it's easy to imagine what we might lose to this development, and it is difficult to imagine what we might gain. But if you zoom out and imagine Pacifica before all of the homes that we live in today were built, before we had Taco Bell on the beach, before we had our schools and a thriving surfer culture, I think you can start to understand the potential value that we lose by preventing progress the way that we have in recent decades. And now, this project is not going to, by itself, solve the statewide housing problems. But I do believe that it is decisions like these that can, in aggregate, make a difference. I believe we should adopt a permissive posture to developments that can progress our cities, and it's not obvious to me why this plan should be an exception.
Thank you, Mark. All right, please withhold your comments. Next speaker, please.
Katie McGee.
Evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I appreciate the time to speak tonight. And I do echo and support the many comments that have come through about the concerns for this proposed alternative. And I do urge the commissioners to reject the FEIR. There is one issue I wanted to highlight, though, that I don't think has been touched on tonight, which is access to the quarry for during construction. My son goes to Valimar School currently. My younger daughter there will be starting there hopefully in the next couple of years. And I bike my kids on my cargo bike through the quarry every day, or most days I try. And the plan allows temporary closure of that trail during construction. So for 4 years, hopefully no more, but who knows, during construction, I would not have access to get my son to and from school, except in a car. Or I have to navigate. I can't imagine a detour on Highway 1 with 2 young children on the back of my bike. Additionally, I see many middle schoolers biking themselves to middle school, either at IBL or Valimar through the quarry. And I can't imagine their parents would be happy to know that they have to navigate either on Highway 1 in some asinine detour, or navigate through construction trucks on the times when the trail is open during construction, and then go through flagger control to get through that intersection, because the plan also mentioned flagger control could help mitigate some of the impacts of the signal, which I don't see as actually helping. And then just lastly, yeah, the overall access at the intersection, it's been talked about before, so I don't want to go over that again, but just I want to bring my perspective of crossing that street in the morning and in the afternoon with other families and children walking from Sharp Park and from other neighborhoods. Like the additional truck traffic is a major safety concern. Already, there's a lot of heated tensions at the intersection. I've almost been hit on my bike with people trying to turn right and not looking the right direction. I can't imagine how vehicles are going to act when they have to navigate around a bunch of truck traffic. So I really would hope that that can be more thoroughly considered in that overall safety impact. And so I guess I know you asked for people's vision.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I really appreciate the time.
Caller with the phone number ending in 9596.
Maybe, I think it was hard to hear. Maybe we can say it again.
Caller ending in 9596, it's your turn to speak.
Let's keep going and we can come back to them.
Richard Grassetti.
Yes, hi. My name is Richard Grassetti, Principal Grassetti Environmental Consulting. Submitted a lengthy letter along with association with Jeff Hornick, who's we're both 40-year expertise in CEQA, and he's an air quality expert. Couple comments I want to make just to bring to your attention. First, the city is required under Assembly Bill 52 to consult with the tribal representatives. The EIR fails to do that, and it says it doesn't do it because the tribal representatives never requested consultation. Clearly, they've requested consultation. Moving on to air quality and greenhouse gases, there's been a number of comments on that. The EIR uses a method that I've never seen in 40 years of writing these documents, of saying that, well, there's no net new increase in greenhouse gas or air pollutant emissions because the dirt would otherwise go someplace else. Well, by that same logic, whenever you build a housing development, you would say, well, the houses will be abandoned elsewhere. Reality is the capacity is elsewhere, it'll be filled. You have to do, this is new emissions, period, end of story. There's not you can look at any EIR you want, there's nothing done like this, ever, in 40 years. Next thing, alternatives. Applicant agrees, their attorney agrees that the analysis of the reduced fill alternative is inadequate. They agree in writing in their comments on our letter. Well, if that's the case, then this EIR does not have a reasonable range of alternatives. You got to have a reasonable range of alternatives. If they want that one removed, and they agree that the analysis is inadequate, we agree it's inadequate. Without this alternative, the EIR doesn't stand, doesn't have a reasonable range of alternatives. So, as detailed in our letter, the document is just fatally flawed. It's one of the worst I've seen in 40 years, and that's why I'm calling in on my own time. You need to take control of the document away from the applicant and basically redo it.
Thank you, Mr. Grassetti.
It's your document.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 4646.
Reminder to press *6 to unmute when called.
Yes, hello. My name is Carol, last name Fregly, F-R-E-G-L-Y, and I live in Rockaway Beach, and I have some fairly specific questions. I'm thanking the Planning Commission for opening this up to the public because I've heard so many really interesting points of view. And my concern is very specific. I had hoped that Mr. Gilmartin would talk about other quarry reclamation projects that he had done, but someone asked him and he said he hadn't done any, and I don't know if any of the other people on his team have done any projects, but this is a massive, massive project. that will impact so many people in so many ways. So my concern would be, why are there not more proposals from other companies that the landowner would have solicited before accepting this one proposal? I would rather get a proposal, and certainly as a member of the community, I would rather see a proposal by someone who had already done projects like this and done them successfully, and get input from people who lived in the areas to see how well they held up over the years. So that's my specific concern. And then he mentioned something that some of the loads of dirt would be dirt of unknown origin. And, I don't know how that works out, but those are two kind of open-ended things that would make it seem like the city of Pacifica would be signing a blank check to let somebody who's never done this before do it and bring in dirt of unknown origin at specific points that we might not have expected. So those are my concerns, and I'm very much opposed to the project because of those. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you for your comment.
Caller ending in 0521.
Good evening. My name is David Holtz. I've lived in Pacifica most of my life. My father still lives in the house that I grew up in Fairway Park when the quarry was actually still open. I currently live in Balboa Way for the last 20 years, and we were currently part of the project for the Basin project that they built behind the community center, and we were told the pipeline that went from that community center to Linamar Boulevard would take 2 to 3 weeks. The contractor failed to do their job, and it took a second and third contractor to complete the project, and it took 3 years. They damaged our streets, our sidewalks, our driveways, and our homes. We were told by the city they would complete the repairs. They only completed the street, part of the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street, and only driveways of the people that complained. Those that had issue with their homes, the houses were evaluated. We were not allowed to get copies. We were told that the city purchased it and we were not allowed to see it. And then we were offered an amount of money that would not even cover a contractor to come in to make my repairs, and we would have to sign off. I don't think this project would last in 4 years. It would continue greatly beyond that, and 1 million cubic yards of unknown dirt is unacceptable, and the quarry's been like that as long as I've known it, and it's been reclaimed already by nature. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
A. Hoffman.
Hello. As a resident of Valamar, I'm very concerned about the construction, not just because of the unknown dirt that's coming in, but the traffic congestion that's going to last year after year, and also the impact on the wildlife and the community, and I'm against the project.
Thank you for your comment.
Caller 9596, let's try again. Press *6 to unmute.
Is this the last hand raised or last caller? Oh, there we go.
Good
Okay.
evening. My name is Michael Sanchez. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Yeah, my name is Michael Sanchez. I work with S&S Trucking out of Oakland. I just wanted to give some insight on, how dirt process moves in the Bay Area. Our company has moved over 1 million cubic yards, majority of that being clean. Sites like this would be extremely beneficial to not just the construction industry, but to the, city commissions and the counties, specifically San Mateo County, saving them money. When we do a project like, something like this, bring them dirt, it goes through, analytical, geotechnical requirements from the dump site side as well as from the project side. There's always environmental consultants, geotechnical consultants reviewing things. And I just think this project would be extremely beneficial. And that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. If that is still the last comment, then I think we'll go back to the applicant at this point for the 3 minutes that you reserved. And if you could please introduce yourself.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Alicia Guerra with Buckhalter, Land Use Attorney for Bayland Soil Pacifica. I'm going to speak briefly about the adequacy of the documents before you, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mark Spencer to address a couple of additional questions about traffic, because I think maybe people are still a little confused about the truck traffic generated by the project. But in any event, the city has done a thorough job preparing the EIR. It's very important to know that there isn't a specific development plan because this project is about moving dirt. It's strictly about reclamation, and it's reclamation in a manner consistent with your general plan, consistent with SMARA, consistent with the requirements. And in fact, your own SMARA-based ordinance requires that reclamation occur in a manner that mitigates and addresses environmental impacts to the maximum extent feasible, which leads me to the next point. The reduced fill alternative is not consistent with your ordinance because it actually causes greater impacts, as Mr. Gilmartin and the team explained what those impacts were and how they were greater than the impacts caused by the project. So all of this is in the context that the EIR did evaluate all of the impacts of the project. It did demonstrate that the impacts are less than significant. A full, reasonable range of alternatives was evaluated. Our comment in the letter that we submitted was that we questioned the conclusion that a reduced fill alternative would be an environmentally superior alternative when all of the technical information demonstrates that it actually has a greater impact. And so those issues have been thoroughly addressed in accordance with CEQA and the EIR. The other thing I'm going to note is that all of the wetland mitigation plans requirements as a permitting matter have been addressed through the state and federal agencies. They have concurred with the analysis. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Spencer just briefly here to discuss traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. And just briefly, there are a lot of concerns, understandably, about the number of truck trips. 160 trucks a day, which is 80 different trucks coming in and out. A couple of things to note, though, which may be beneficial for everyone in their review. One is Caltrans reviewed the EIR, and their comments, they concurred with the analysis, the methods, the findings, the recommendations. They did mention they concurred with the VMT analysis and the reduction in the vehicle miles traveled. That's what the VMT is. We did respond in writing to comments that have been brought up about the school traffic in the area, the timing of the truck trips, and also with respect to the net new trips versus treating them as relocated trips. In a quarry project, in an infill project such as this, where you're bringing dirt in, it's not like the dirt would go somewhere else. They're going to bring dirt here. That dirt then would not go somewhere else because it's being bought to bring to this site specifically. So over the course of the project, whether it lasts 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, however much dirt is going to come in under what alternative, that dirt, that's why it's looked at in that fashion from a traffic analysis.
Thank you. I have a feeling there will be more questions from the commissioners, and you may get an opportunity to provide more information.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all of the time and effort from both the public and the applicant. At this point, I believe I'll close the public hearing or the public comment. Is that okay? And at this point, I'd like to propose a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back for commission questions and deliberation. It is 10:28, so 10:38. going to restart. Okay. So, having closed the public comment, we're now going to move to commission questions. And there are a couple of questions that I have for us as a commission. So it's 10:42. I personally have a lot of questions for both staff and the applicant, and I'm guessing others do as well. So I think my first question is, how late do we want to go? Is everyone comfortable going all the way, or Commissioner Wright?
I would be in favor of going till no later than 1 a.m.
Okay. Anyone else?
I would prefer to go to perhaps 11:30, maybe 12.
I think that sounds more like my cup of tea. Commissioner Godwin.
I'm happier with midnight or earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. So we'll kind of take pulse at 11:30 and see if we are willing to go to midnight. And I think midnight will be kind of our unofficial stopping point. I think now is the time to ask questions. And I don't think that we need to do anything. I don't think we need to organize this. So I think we can just get our questions out. If you have a lot of questions, feel free to ask all of them at once. So do we have any questions?
I'll be glad to start.
Commissioner Wright. And please, just a reminder to everyone to speak into the microphone so that folks can hear us.
Yes, most of my questions I'd like to direct towards Christian and let him send them out to whoever the best authority is to answer the questions, if that's all right with you, Christian. In terms of testing, are we able to require that we have an independent tester that works for us, not for him, do the testing, both of the loads coming into the site and the proposed sites that they're going to be bringing the soil from?
Yeah, Commissioner Wright, we feel comfortable, if the commission wanted to, we could impose a requirement for testing at the quarry site when the loads are arriving. We would need to look into it with respect to the requirement for some additional testing at a location off-site, in another community potentially.
And are we also able to control on each truckload that they test a little bit of soil at the top of the truck, and then after they dump it to make sure that there's not stuff buried underneath, also a small sample from the bottom of the truck? Is that something in our discretion?
Yeah, I think we would need some time to look into the ability to impose specific additional testing criteria, such as, multiple batch sampling from a particular truck.
And are we allowed to require it be an independent tester that works for us, not for them?
With the assumption that we could, in fact, impose said testing requirement, I don't know that there would be an issue with that testing being done by a city contracted entity.
Are we able to require a log of where each truckload comes from and the location where the soil is dumped. So in the event that some contamination is discovered at some future point, that we're able to locate that contaminated soil and mitigate it.
And that again is something that we can look into in greater detail. There are specific requirements in the soil management program with respect to paperwork that gets filled out as the trucks move on to the city site. And then certainly we could look into the type of requirements that we can impose regarding where it's placed, monitoring that, et cetera, through a third-party inspector that's contracted by the city.
And would this tester be mandated to have some kind of insurance, some kind of skin in the game, some kind of recourse that we can have against him in the event that we find that his services are substandard for some reason?
So typically with standard consultant contracts, we would have indemnities, certain insurance requirements, requirements of whoever's doing the work that we would, certainly impose, and then also check with the city's risk management and insurer to make sure that they met the city's needs and were adequate.
So you would make sure that their level of insurance is commensurate with the size and scope of this project?
That would be something that we would certainly look into and work with the city's risk manager to ensure that there would be adequate insurance.
Okay. And is it also possible for us to hold the contractor to a higher standard than those minimum standards that were proposed for the soil that's being brought to this site? Do we have discretion over that?
Yeah, that's an issue again that we can look into further in terms of compliance with SMARA and what we could reasonably require in terms of any heightened testing.
And I apologize for asking so many questions that there aren't immediate answers for. I probably should have given you a little more warning.
No, that's fine. These are all good questions that we can certainly look into and bring back to the commission.
Yes.
Yeah, and Commissioner Wright, I mean, certainly all of these soil testing questions and concerns relate to reasonable concerns for the commission in relation to the project, but they all also fall under the same umbrella of us need to research further the permissible bounds for the various particular requirements.
Well, let me get the last couple out then, and then we'll save that for later. Are we requiring water testing at the creek and at the ocean, both during the time of the construction and for years after, to ensure that there isn't any leaching of any contaminant into the soils and into the ocean?
We don't believe that there's any water testing in Calera Creek or in the Pacific Ocean required in the city's conditions or proposed by the applicant at this time.
Is it in our discretion to require them?
I think that, in my mind, falls under that same umbrella of additional testing criteria that we need to research further.
Okay, on testing, that's it for me, so I'll yield, but I do have a whole bunch more on other issues.
Does anyone have any questions on testing? Commissioner Berman.
Thank you. So regarding the stormwater runoff testing, I'd imagine that this project site is subject to the NPDES stormwater treatment requirements. Is it classified as a special project, or could perhaps you speak to what the stormwater treatment requirements will be, given that the runoff will go directly to Calera Creek?
Sure. Typically, those C3 stormwater treatment requirements relate to new impervious surface, and so this project proposes relatively little new impervious surface, but certainly the grading phase, which is sort of aligned more typically with a construction phase of a project, is subject to the C6 construction phase requirements of the municipal regional permit, or MRP, and so best management practices are required as a matter of law for grading of this type, erosion and siltation control and so forth, to ensure that those discharges do not pollute nearby water bodies. This is likely to be a high sensitivity site under that permitting construct, given the steep slopes as well as the proximity to an adjacent water body. And so those are very important aspects of this project proposal, which have been reviewed preliminarily and would be further reviewed as part of any future grading permit application to the city post-approval.
And so we're, just to speak slightly more plainly, we're talking about the SWIP, correct? The Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan that will be implemented during construction.
That's right. And likely requiring some degree of on-site monitoring and assurance by that stormwater professional.
Okay. I think that may partially address one of Commissioner Wright's questions about during construction, that the water, any drop of water that lands on this project site during construction will effectively be treated before it goes into the water body, just through the SWIP requirements. But I guess I share the concern with post-construction just management, understanding that there's very little impervious surface being built with the project, that it's not subject to C3 requirements, but effectively foreign soil will be put on this site, and ensuring that from time to time there isn't any contaminants leaching from it, if that makes sense.
So I need to make sure I make a distinction between best management practices to minimize soil erosion and runoff and stormwater treatment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not aware that there is proposed stormwater treatment that would be applicable to this particular type of project, but certainly best management practices to minimize soil erosion,
Mm-hmm.
which would prevent the deleterious effects of uncontaminated soil as well as contaminated soil, because all types of soil would be inhibited from running off of the site with those construction phase best management practices applied to the site.
Right, and I understand, again, it's not going to be subject to C3 requirements, but I guess, is there a means, and I don't know the answer to this, is there a means to post-construction occasionally test the runoff coming from the soil that was placed at the site, if that makes sense? So I understand erosion control that will be implemented and monitored, but typically I don't believe there's actual water testing that occurs post-construction.
That's right, and I acknowledge as much in response to Commissioner Wright's questions, and to the extent that it's essentially the same question about water quality testing to see if pollutants are leaching from the site or running off of the site from the fill that has been placed. I'm not aware that that's currently a component of this project. To require that as a commission is one of the issues that we'll need to research further before we can give you a recommendation or advice one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. If we could add that to the list. That's my only question related to treatment.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Yeah, I had some testing and SWIPy questions as well. Let me gather my thoughts for 1 second. Specifically on testing, there's two things I didn't find, but they might be in the EIR somewhere. I was wondering if there's specifics for soil testing regarding biological components, so insects, fungi, et cetera, that might be native to wherever they are coming from, but not native to the quarry site. That's not a typical part of a soil analytical when you're sending something to a fill, but if, as is the case here, we're trying to reclaim this place and put it back to some natural ecosystem. It seems like that should be a part of the consideration.
Commissioner Ferguson, we'll take a moment, if it's all right, to skim back through the soil testing plan that was proposed in the draft EIR. I'm not immediately recalling if that particular type of testing is there.
Okay. I have questions for the applicant later too, so if their experts know, then they can address that to me later as well. While you guys are looking, I was wondering if before or during the just the planning phase, anyone has done any baseline testing of Calera Creek at different points along the creek and at the outfall in Rockaway Beach? Otherwise, it would be kind of moot to test during construction if you didn't have a kind of a long-standing baseline. I'm sure at the outfall for the wastewater treatment, they have some mandatory testing, but there must be currently a baseline of what is leaching into that creek from the quarry site. And I don't know if that's been done already or if it's been proposed to be done, but it seems like we'd have to start with that.
Right. I have no knowledge of any baseline water quality testing in Calera Creek in that area, other than what you alluded to for our Calera Creek water recycling plant purposes, which admittedly probably is not testing for the same types of substances or bodies present in the water as related to a reclamation plan. As it relates to some sort of water quality testing regime, I had the same thought as you, that it would probably be a prerequisite to get a baseline, and so that would likely be something incorporated into that type of requirement if we conclude that it's something that's permissible and reasonable, after further research to impose.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay. So on the testing, I just wanted to piggyback on Commissioner Wright's comments and make sure that we're understanding the same thing. Commissioner Wright, I understood from your comments that you're concerned about things like lead, arsenic, VOCs, petroleum, benzene, like all of the potential contaminants that you find in import leaching into the soil rather than sediment. Is it a sediment concern or is it a toxin concern?
It's a sediment concern, it's a toxin concern, it's a ground-up concrete, so there's a ton of lye in it so that plants won't grow. I'm concerned that it's going to get so compacted that nothing will grow on it. I have a number of concerns.
Okay.
Chair Hauser, I do want to add that in relation to the revegetation component and the suitability of the soil, there is a criteria, and that was one of DMR's comments on the proposed reclamation plan to strengthen those criteria to ensure the soil is suitable for the revegetation, and there is a monitoring component to ensure that the revegetation is successful. So to that end, there is already a component in the reclamation plan addressing the suitability to grow vegetation.
But in addition to that, I'm also concerned that if it gets so compacted that no water is perking through the soil, soil does a lot for us.
Understood. I wasn't quite anticipating that we would, be going category by category. I wonder if we're going to do it this way, if maybe we go next to trying to get answers to some of the things that we heard from the community during public comment. So I don't know if someone wants, Commissioner Ferguson, I don't know if you want to
I
start
had
there.
one more water question, but.
Okay, Commissioner Ferguson on testing, and then Commissioner Godwin.
This is actually a question, I guess, for the applicant. There's a brief note about construction dewatering in here and a couple of options for what might be done. Is it the intent to dewater construction water, not storm water, but water created through the process of the project to the treatment plant that's adjacent?
There is no plan to be required for us to take any water to the wastewater treatment plant. I'm not sure that the wastewater treatment plant has a facility for receiving water that way. I know that it receives wastewater for treatment. But if there was any water produced on site that we would manage for in our stormwater pollution prevention plan, we would capture that on site. And if we needed to take it elsewhere, we would dispose of it correctly.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, one of the things I had to do as a military contractor is to show that we had done, the firm I was working for had done this type of work before. I mean, when we were bidding on an airplane subsystem, we had to show we built one, we built it at the cost we promised we could build it at, we built it at the schedule that we had previously promised at. It looks like this applicant has never done a quarry reclamation project before. And my question to you, Christian, is why is this contractor considered qualified and vetted to work in Pacifica? And this is also comes from some concern the community has said about something similar. Could you elaborate on that?
Certainly. To clarify for the record, this is privately owned property, as many commenters have mentioned, and this reclamation is being performed by private parties. The city is not contracting for this reclamation to be performed, and so the city does not have a role in soliciting bids, evaluating qualifications of potential contractors, and so forth, which would accompany a city-led and initiated process as opposed to a private party process. So those are private matters between the property owner and the applicant in terms of whether or not to proceed, with that contractual relationship. With respect to the city's involvement and its interest in a successful reclamation, if approved, whatever the form of that reclamation would take, there are measures, including the previously mentioned financial assurance mechanisms that the city requires through SMARA and its municipal code to ensure that if something goes awry, this person proves unqualified or unable or unwilling to complete the approved reclamation plan, the city can step in to execute and complete that reclamation using that financial assurance mechanism, similar to what's more common for the commission to see, which is subdivision improvements, right? Sort of similar concept of you propose a plan, you approve it, the private party is charged to carry it out with the approval, but there is some sort of assurance mechanism that it will actually get done. So similar construct here. So in the event that for whatever reason the contractor or the applicant in this case is not able or capable or willing to carry this out, there is a backstop so that the city or the city could step in potentially to do that.
So it's something similar to a reclamation bond in mining, is what you're talking about?
I think it is exactly that.
Okay.
So,
well, I just wanted to make sure we were communicating.
Right. So under SMARA, a mining operation plan is required to have a corresponding reclamation plan. And the reclamation that's contemplated based on the scope and type of the mining influences the type of reclamation and the extent and the cost and thus the size of that financial assurance. We haven't gotten to that point because we don't know what the approved reclamation plan will be, but that is an essential required component. And it has the potential to be very large because of the volume of soil that the city would need to acquire, in order to complete the proposed reclamation. So it cuts both ways in terms of the applicant proposing and thus needing to carry out the actual proposed reclamation.
Thank you. My other question is unrelated, but something is related to what's been asked by the public. I'm a member of the Pacifica's EV Charger Strategy Task Force, and one of the things we're interested in proposing this summer is putting in a high-speed charger probably on one of the sites considered as a Chevron station at California One in Rena Del Mar. I would like to ask the applicant, are you planning on using any hybrid trucks that are partly diesel and partly electric, or planning on using any electric construction equipment in the course of working on this project that would in some way mitigate the environmental CO2 release type concerns related to this project that were brought up by the public? Or if the city was going to do something like this and actually delivered, would you then want to do something along those lines?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm not aware of any major construction equipment that is completely EV at this point in time. The types of equipment that we would need to use are things like D6 dozers, D8 dozers.
There's half a dozen suppliers that deliver it today.
So we will absolutely take that into consideration. The vehicles on site, to the extent that we could produce EV pickup trucks and things like that, absolutely. There are lots of new innovations coming out every day with respect to construction equipment, including the use of completely autonomous units operating off of GPS to perform grading and things like that. So we will use the best available equipment to perform the project. That is for sure.
Those are my questions.
Any other questions pertaining to public comment? Okay, I have a list. I guess the first question that I have is, has anyone, either us, on the staff level or the applicant, actually asked DMR what level of reclamation is required under SMARA?
So SMARA indicates that the minimum required slopes for reclaimed site, such as the quarry, is 2 to 1. And so that's already specified in writing as to the requirements, with the few exceptions that I mentioned where perhaps there's inherent stability and factor of safety in the existing composition of the slope in question. With respect to getting into the substance of a particular proposed reclamation plan, I'm not aware that SMARA delves into those details. The way the law is structured, lead agencies like the City of Pacifica are charged with dealing with those details. So I don't know if the question is there a process where we can get the thumbs up or thumbs down from SMARA on this plan? I don't believe that process exists. DMR did come.
Yeah, and I want to clarify my question, because I think what many in the community have asked tonight, and all of the letters that we received, there were many folks who were advocating for the reduced fill analysis in the EIR. And I think the question that I have is, has anyone asked SMARA, or DMR, what criteria need to be met? And if the answer is like, okay, well, it needs to be a minimum of 2 to 1, this applicant is proposing 5 to 1, that to me indicates that it's exceeding the minimum of SMARA. And so that's an analysis that I think would be helpful for me personally. And so I don't know if that's something that, if we don't have that information, I'm wondering if we can get it. And then I heard a lot of questions about, tribal consultation, which I thought was a requisite of any EIR. And so I guess I'd love to get a little bit more insight on whether a tribal consultation was done and whether it's worth reaching back out if it was done based on what we've heard tonight.
So the city did comply with Assembly Bill 52, AB 52, that has been mentioned here. The city did not, at the time that the CIR was prepared, have any tribe that had requested consultation. So we complied with our obligation because no tribe had requested consultation. In addition, Mr. Stinson can describe the process that we followed in consulting the Sacred Lands file with the Native American Heritage Commission as an additional measure of our tribal cultural resources analysis.
Thanks, Christian. So just to clarify the AB 52 process itself, the statute requires that any local tribe that wants to claim that they have tribal lands within your jurisdiction, excuse me, submits a formal request to the city to be on a general notification list, AB 52 general notification list. And then when the city starts any new CEQA process, the notifications are sent out to that list. And then they can choose to consult or not. No tribes have requested to be on the city's general consultation list, so there was no one to send to in the AB 52 process. Outside of that, a cultural resources report, multiple cultural resources reports were prepared and identified that there are some known resources within this area. And in addition, the applicant going through their 404 process, subsequent to when we started our work, had to do Section 106 consultation through the NEPA process. And so there was some additional outreach that was done by their consultants.
So hearing kind of what we heard tonight, what do you think the appropriate response would be?
I think what I heard was a concern that the land should be used for a different purpose, and that some portion of the quarry site should be made available to representatives of tribes that historically occupied this area. That's a different set of issues and discussions and considerations than the proposed reclamation plan. And so, I believe that the city has adequately evaluated potential impacts to tribal cultural resources within the context of the California Environmental Quality Act. There's evidence to support that. But long-term use, in some sort of partnership or conveyance of the land to tribal representatives is a completely different discussion, and one that the property owner can take this feedback and decide whether or not to undertake.
I did hear, I know, I'm sorry, it's not, the public hearing has closed, but we will continue this conversation. And so, please, Mr. Sedgwick, just give me a second here. So to complete my thought, I did hear what you heard, Mr. Murdoch, but I heard from Ms. Gomes and Mr. Beltran that they were requesting an indigenous consultation specifically. And so I guess my question is, I just, this is not my wheelhouse, but it sounds like there's more that needs to be done.
Sure, and the city staff heard the same comments. I don't have a further answer for you at this point in time, other than the city, at the time that the EIR was prepared, complied with applicable law related to tribal consultation. I don't know, and we need to research whether there's any legal requirement to conduct such consultation now based on these verbal requests at the hearing, but that is on the list of follow-up items for the city staff after the hearing.
Yeah, and that would be helpful. I would be interested in hearing if there's a legal requirement, but also beyond the legal requirement, if it's just a best practice. So that would be interesting to me.
Can I have one quick follow-up question on that thought?
Please.
Is it in our discretion to require that?
Commissioner Wright, we'd prefer to answer that question once we know whether or not it's already required based on the remarks made this evening.
Commissioner Berman.
Follow-up question. Are we able to reopen the opportunity for local tribes to formally submit their inquiry?
Same answer to basically the same question.
Okay.
And I would like to add that the AB 252 process is ongoing, so tribes can add their name to that general list also for further CEQA projects, if that was part of your question, Commissioner Berman.
Is that information readily available on how to, I wouldn't know where, I would probably just Google it, but can you perhaps advise just for the public record on how to formally add your tribe to that list?
I don't know that I can give you the specific process right now, but frequently in comment letters from the Native American Heritage Commission, they do describe, their recommended best practices related to AB 52 consultation. And so if I were to be interested in it, I would probably start by looking at that website and or getting in contact with NAHC staff.
Thank you.
Sticking in the realm of cultural resources, I did hear a comment on shell mounds, and I wanted to understand if that had been looked into as part of the EIR.
Yes, the cultural resources reports that were prepared identified known sources, and those were.
And that includes shell mound?
It should, yeah.
And so in the MMRP, there are mitigations for both paleontological and archaeological resources, but none that really, unless I missed something, I did not see anything that related to shell mound.
Yeah, because the proposed project is not impacting those areas that were identified. They're on the They're on the eastern parcel.
Got it. Okay, so that's not.
Yeah.
proposed? And is that part of is that conditioned somewhere? That
Is what conditioned?
That the Shell Mound area would not be affected?
Not in those terms. I mean, the only proposed substantive grading is on the quarry parcel, entirely distant and distinct and apart from the area that Mr. Stinson was describing.
Okay.
So by nature of the plan that would be approved, disturbance and grading would not be permissible in that area.
Okay. There were comments on starfish, and I don't know if our biological resources analysis looked at that, and I don't know if it is supposed to, but I'd love more information on that.
So the biological analysis that was prepared for the EIR really kind of looks at what the reasonably foreseeable impacts would be of bringing in the soil at the location that is being proposed.
I'm sorry, can you speak into your microphone?
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
having a little bit of a hard time.
Sorry. Hope this is better.
Yes.
So the biological analysis really kind of looked at the area that of where they're bringing in soil, where the areas of disturbance would be, and the potential impacts thereof. So all of that is really kind of on the inland side, right? So not so much on the ocean side. And then the hydrology analysis kind of gets at whether there's water quality impacts coming off of the site that then would go to the ocean. But
So
it wouldn't be in the bio section necessarily.
So it wouldn't be in the biology section, but I think if I understood what you just said, because the new drainage that's proposed is draining to Calera Creek, and the creek is a water of the U.S. that drains to the ocean, that there could be some sort of secondary impact.
Yeah, I guess that's where the nexus would be, but the analysis looked at whether there would be any impacts to the creek.
Okay.
And so there's BMPs that were discussed earlier. There's a stormwater pollution prevention plan that are aimed all at the runoff.
Is the soil infiltratable soil in which rainwater would, I mean, again, I'll defer that to people more versed in engineering than I. Go ahead, yes.
Just adding on to the starfish, because that was one of the items I wrote down, and actually I had to word search because I don't remember reading anything about starfish in the EIR, which I didn't find anything. But I feel like this kind of came back full circle to some of the original concerns and questions about water testing. I'd like to add, because it sounds like we're kind of generating a list of additional research and review to come back. I'd like to add at least a little research into the starfish impacts and impacts of the coastal habitat right at the, I guess, the outfall point of Calera Creek to the ocean, especially.
Can I add a quick follow-up on that, too?
Yeah, everyone should just jump in on items that are being discussed.
Yeah, sorry. But also I'm a little bit concerned about, is there going to be a pH change in the water in Calera Creek as a result of this soil and due to the runoff? And what kind of effect could that have? And is that something that we need to pay attention to? Is that something you could look into, Christian? Additionally, in terms of other testing and potential problems, the dust monitoring and the air quality monitoring, is there any kind of proposal for anything like that? And in the event that it does present dust, for example, present itself as a problem and everybody living in Valamar needs to wash their car every day, is that something that then we can impose further restrictions, or how do we address that?
Sure. With respect to dust, I'll start and allow Mr. Stinson to supplement. There are fugitive dust requirements, in other words, dust blowing off of a site from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. Compliance with those is required as part of this if the project is approved. There is a process to make complaints about violations of that to the Air Quality Management District. They have inspectors that respond to those types of complaints. Whether the city can go above and beyond that and require some sort of on-site monitoring component, that's something we can certainly look into about whether that's within the commission's discretion to require.
Especially with its proximity to a school.
Understood.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, I remember reading in there was something about a product named Gorilla Snot that was used as a dust retardant, I guess, and the applicant appeared to plan to use that liberally when needed, and at least that was, I thought that met the standard, but if it didn't, I guess I'd like to know.
Sure. So I believe there are two main approaches to dust mitigation with this project. One is a general watering approach, which helps to mitigate the amount of dry dust that might be able to transport off of the site from wind. The other is using what's called a dust palliative or a soil binder. There are different names for these products, where you actually apply it to the ground and it physically binds the soil so it's less prone to blowing away and causing off-site dust impacts. The applicants proposed to use both. I believe the Gorilla Snot is the product that has been proposed by the applicant. I think the main focus was on the truck path. I'm not aware if Gorilla Snot or some other dust palliative is proposed on the actual area where the grading is proposed, but the applicant can clarify.
And now that you brought up water, we may have a lot of water this year, but in future years we may not. Could you also investigate with the water department whether they can provide water recycling for that watering process as opposed to using potable water?
Sure, and the city did in fact spend a fair amount of time coordinating with the water district to see if using recycled water could be an option. There were a number of practical and legal obstacles to doing so, and I don't, as I sit here today, believe that's likely to be feasible, at least early on in the reclamation. However, circumstances can change. Perhaps the water district's permit can expand, or they have new supply facilities, and so it's possible over the course of a multi-year reclamation that it could become feasible. So it's something that we could consider if there's periodically a way to recertify that that's still infeasible or if it has become feasible. But as of right now, I don't believe it to be a feasible option for this project.
Were they relatively sure that they had sufficient water supply that this project won't impact our domestic use?
My recollection, based on the conversations with the water district, is they were not certain they could supply the quantity needed at the times of year that they would need the recycled water. Well, let me rephrase that. The water district was not certain that they could supply a sufficient quantity of recycled water year-round. The times of year when the water district can generate the most recycled water, my recollection is those were sort of counter to the dry periods when the water would be most likely needed for watering and dust management. So that's one of the several challenges that we identified in our discussions with the water district on this topic.
Are there better times of day for water use if you're going to be trying to use recycled water, for example?
I
like
don't,
if they were doing it at night, for example, would that be beneficial?
I don't know anything about time of day impacts related to recycled water availability.
I think there was like an analysis of doing night hours in the EIR that rendered it infeasible. But yeah, it's disappointing if this is using potable water. I only had one more that, or I had two more actually from community comment. There was a lot of discussion about the reduced fill alternative. And Table 6.1 in the draft EIR, which is the comparison of environmental impacts for project alternatives, lists that alternative as equal or less than the impacts of what's proposed in all categories. And I kind of, going back to this question about like what's required by, DMR and SMARA, I guess why, I would like to see more analysis on some of these other alternatives. Why? I don't know. Sorry, that's more of like a deliberation comment, and I was going to ask it as a question, but I don't need the. I'm just going to table that unless staff wants to comment.
I've got one similar too, is it seems to me there ought to be some hybrid between the low fill and the full fill, maybe a 3-to-1 slope or 3.5. I'm not a civil engineer, so I don't know what makes sense, but it seems like there was one commenter who said he was a civil engineer from the public that said there were a myriad of choices in it. I didn't get the feeling we got a myriad of options, so maybe there's something we could explore between the low fill and the full fill.
Commissioner Berman.
Thank you. So kind of jumping back to some of my initial questions in the beginning of the evening, the site has a lot of fill, and I would like to see an alternative that has a bit more balance in the earthwork. So the alternative of lesser fill that was contemplated but not fully analyzed, I would like to see further analysis on that. Because I think a majority of the concerns that the community and the commission have are related to the vast amount of fill for this project. And in turn, that also results in a lot of truck trips, which yield probably the second most concerning aspect from the community. So that's kind of my main request tonight for, looking at this again in the future, is seeing higher level of analysis on an alternative with much less fill.
Thank you, Commissioner Berman. Commissioner Wright.
I have a bunch more questions, and
Please.
if I get too lengthy, cut me off and I can save them until after someone else goes. Christian, to your knowledge, has Calera Creek ever been moved before?
Yes.
How many times?
I'm aware of one time.
Okay, thank you. And to the applicant, why did you choose the site for the wetlands and the pond site? Is that the highest and best use? Is there a reason that you made that decision? Could you expound on that a little?
Yes, we're going to have Jeff Schmick answer that question.
An analysis was done to determine where wetlands and a red-legged frog pond would be most successful. You need a certain type of soil that'll hold the moisture for long enough to support the types of plants or to support the frog through its life cycle. Need enough watershed where when the rain hits it and runs off of it in a storm event, we'll fill those wetlands up. And so we looked at a variety of different areas. We need an area that doesn't already have wetlands there. We looked throughout the site to see where would be the best location, and based on those factors, that's the best location.
Thank you. Also, for the applicant, in general, what would you say is the level of compaction you're suggesting for the soil?
95%.
And what are you going to do to stop all those trucks from putting mud all over the highway and making it slippery?
Thank you. So there will be a number of construction BMPs that we'll employ in the project site, such as a construction entrance and wheel wash.
And you spoke earlier about limiting trespassing. Could you give me a little bit more detail on what you meant by that?
Certainly. So during the course of reclamation on the western parcel, it will be important to make sure that pedestrians that have been passing through the site from Maury Point down to the multipurpose trail, that traffic will not be allowed during the course of reclamation activities.
And is it possible to stage your project in such a way that you can maintain a trail going through there, for example, for that woman that called in that rides through there to take her children to school every day?
Oh, we intend to keep the multi-purpose trail open for the entire duration. We will have to have a flagger on site that directs traffic across the multipurpose trail during the course of construction, but it is our intent never to close that trail for extended periods of time.
And would you be willing to provide and pay for a traffic flag person to make sure that children crossing the street there at the corner with the increased traffic of the trucks, that they're protected both coming from school and going to school?
Absolutely. I'm a father myself. I have children that go to school. I would make sure of that personally. And we have designed 4 flaggers to be at the exit, the entrance. It's all part of our access plan. We would be sure that that would always be enhanced and make sure that that would never impact any particular children going to school, from school. That's very important to me personally.
Okay, I think that's it for you for right now.
Okay.
Back to,
I have a question related to that. Actually, Mr. Gilmartin, if you don't mind addressing this, related to the trail, the multi-purpose trail remaining in use. I believe from looking at the haul routes that trucks will be crossing the trail, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just understanding that the duration of this project will be years, and assuming that that trail is not rated for vehicular loads, do you plan to upkeep that portion of the trail, assuming that it'll probably degrade pretty quickly?
Of course, absolutely.
So the trail will constantly be in usable condition?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just have one clarification, and Mr. Murdoch, I think I'm going to need you to weigh in on this, but I am under the impression from the staff report that both Calera Creek and the multi-purpose trail are owned by the city and not by the applicant. Or, I'm sorry, not by the property owner.
The property owner is the city of Pacifica for Clara Creek and the multipurpose trail.
Sorry, I'm trying to separate between Mr. Hewley and Bayland Soil. I'm under the impression that we own the trail.
Correct.
Okay, so when we're talking about,
Similar to a public sidewalk, if construction were to degrade the public sidewalk, I'd assume that the contractor or developer would maintain that sidewalk so it's still usable. That's kind of where I'm getting at.
okay.
can I continue with my small list of questions? Christian, could you do a little bit of research into how long it may take for, if there is contaminated soil there, for it to show up in, say, the water or some other noticeable way, to give us an idea of how long we have to hold our breath for?
Sure, we can work that into our research of the soil testing requirements.
And can we make that then a condition of how long the bond needs to be active for any kind of mitigation that may be required to deal with that?
Well, I think that's all wrapped together in the research we need to do about whether it's permissible to impose water quality requirements and under what circumstances, as well as whether we can impose a bond, as you described, or some other financial assurance for post-reclamation water quality impacts. The financial assurance I'm talking about is for completion of the reclamation work itself. It may not necessarily extend beyond completion of that.
Yeah, I just get concerned that after they're gone and we're left with a bag on the porch, somebody rang the doorbell and lit the bag on fire.
Sure. I understand the concern. It's really about, is there a process and is it permissible for the city to address that through this process?
Right. And then I believe our protected tree status is a 3-to-1 replacement. Is that true?
I believe our heritage tree, or our protected tree ordinance requires a 2-to-1 on-site replanting mitigation, but the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for this project would require a 3-to-1 replacement for the protected trees.
So they're actually going above the requirement, similar to what they're doing above the requirement for the amount of wetlands that they're replacing?
Correct, and I would need a moment to confirm it's possible the tree replacement applies to all of the removed trees. Do you happen to remember? We can double check that, certainly at a minimum, the protected trees.
And there was a ton of concern about traffic expressed by the public, particularly during school hours, it seems, and commute hours. how much control do we as a commission have, both now and on an ongoing basis, do we have over the hours of operation for said project?
Well, I would probably start by thinking the city has a fair amount of control over the hours of operation. But if the city or the commission specifically in this instance was interested in changing those, we would need to hear what the reason is and see if we can relate it to the project. As it relates to traffic congestion, that is not a permissible basis of analysis in CEQA, in the EIR, and that's why we didn't evaluate that specifically in the document. But traffic congestion generally, could we find a way to address it elsewhere in the permits? Maybe, and we can consider that if there's a particular time of day concern that can be articulated by the commission.
Yeah, I just know that when I drive to work, if I leave 10 minutes later than normal, I'm in trouble. And I imagine many other people experience the same thing. And if there was some way that we could make it work for everybody as one of the conditions, if you had a proposal for that, that would be helpful for me to hear.
Understood. I just need to be clear, there's no information in the record that 10-minute delays would result from the project. So we need to be mindful of making sure we have sufficient evidence to support whatever the commission may want to do in that regard.
Okay, and then when it comes down to dust mitigation, again, I know they're talking about spraying it down. There's all these different things. Well, what about super windy days? Is there a maximum wind level if we have all this exposed dirt there? We have huge potential. Can we require that there be increased watering on those windier days?
Yes, we believe there is a maximum wind speed in the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's dust control requirements. We'd have to research. It's somewhere between 20 and 30 miles per hour from our recollection, but we can confirm that.
Okay, I may have asked this already, but do we have discretion to approve where any of the sites that the dirt is coming from? In other words, is there a way that we don't have to sign that blank check and say that we'll take any dirt from anywhere as long as it meets that criteria? Or can we be specific, send our tester over to a site, test that soil, and get an idea? So in other words, we're not going to just take their word for it that this dirt is clean when we know next door is a gas station. In other words,
I think I understand the question. It's the ability to do so that I'm struggling with. We can consider that further. Immediately coming to mind, there's a concern about feasibility and the city's ability to even have the knowledge to specify where the soil could come from. That might affect the ability to undertake the reclamation. But we're also researching testing so that if the testing can be robust, it seems less important to specify where the fill is. So I'll have to reconcile that as we research it further.
are we able to specify the maximum number of trucks per day?
I suppose that may be possible if it was related to addressing a particular impact, if the commission could identify and articulate what that impact would be caused by the truck trips. That's a permissible consideration for a reclamation plan.
Could you give us a list of those impacts, potential impacts?
I don't
Not
know.
now, but at some future date.
Well, I think we've evaluated what we think those would be, and so we would need to hear what impacts you think would result as a commission that we haven't identified and evaluated.
Okay.
I've got one related question. We recently approved a housing element that included almost 2,000 houses over a 7-year period as our objective. If you look at the truck traffic and the vehicle traffic from building 2,000 housing units over 7 years, roughly equally distributed, my suspicion is that's 2 or 3 times the level of traffic that the quarry project would create. Is your assumption somewhere similar to that or different?
Well, I'm not sure how to answer the question except to clarify, the City Council and Planning Commission provided input on a draft housing element that's not yet been adopted. The
Right.
city does have an obligation to plan for almost 2,000 units and likely the housing element ultimately adopted will plan for more than 2,000, but where those specifically will be and in what number and how those would relate to traffic impacts, I don't think we can speculate at this point, other than to say there will be more traffic generally in the city, and those type of background considerations very often are parts of traffic analyses. But given the specific timing and nature of this application, that type of traffic analysis was not prepared for the project.
But it's going to be at least as great a magnitude, I would think, in the city as this project, probably significantly more.
I suppose significantly more. This project is not generating a significant amount of
That's
vehicle
the
trips.
point I just wanted to make. Thanks.
I
Let's-
only have like 3 more.
Okay. Okay.
To your knowledge, has the operator offered to make any kind of priority out of employing local people, Pacificans?
I don't recall having specific conversations about hiring Pacificans. I do recall that he believes that some of his employees that currently work in the area, I think Brisbane potentially, would in fact be working on site if this project were to be approved. But the labor beyond that, I didn't have a conversation about.
Why don't we let the applicant answer if he plans to use local hire?
I would be very happy to use local labor. It's my intention actually to use union labor on the site. So I would be happy to use local union, local 3 labor in construction of the project. And I would invite any local 3 union person in Pacifica to contact me. Thank you.
And in the air quality review, was all the grading equipment that's going to be used, was that considered in that?
Yes, and Mr. Stinson can elaborate on that.
Yes, the modeling that was conducted included all of the on-site off-road vehicle emissions.
And then my last question for right now is, can we ask for a yearly review as a condition and reapproval after that yearly review?
An annual review requirement, I imagine, would be a reasonable requirement, and the commission certainly imposed it on other projects in the past where there's a concern for living up to the requirements of an approved project, so to speak, and ensuring that that's being done. Annual reapproval, I don't think that there's a permissible
So we
way to
wouldn't
do that.
have an opportunity to, like, let's suppose that all of a sudden we notice that there's a big problem with traffic, to make some additional changes. So this is a one and done thing for the length of the project?
For the approval, yes. But what the annual review process is designed to do is to allow the commission to consider whether the requirements of the project approval are being upheld and met by the applicant or operator. So if there was some criteria related to traffic congestion or some other impact that was not being satisfied, the annual review is the opportunity for that to be highlighted. And if the applicant cannot take steps to resolve that deficiency, then for a revocation proceeding to be initiated, which is the typical sanction on ordinary use permits. It's not clear whether such a revocation process is in place for quarry use permits. That's an issue we would need to research further.
So we have to bat 1,000 on our conditions.
I have a question on that. When you see master plan developments approved, you often see individual phases that are approved, and each subsequent phase has to come back. I noticed that this project comes with a phasing plan for, I want to say 4, if I'm remembering correctly, 4 different phases. Again, understanding that we're not close, because I think most of the commissioners have indicated that they would like to see a reduced fill analysis, and I don't know if that will affect phasing, but wouldn't that be a appropriate?
We can certainly look into the question of how the city might get involved in the phasing of the project. One concern I do have is ensuring that, whatever subsequent number of phases could be independently useful. With a master plan development, if you build phase 1 but don't build phase 2, it's not always a problem. You just don't build as many homes, right? But it's sort of self-contained and operational. But to have a partial reclamation with only a fraction of the required fill approved, I don't know if that's a good outcome or one that could be reasonably imposed within this construct of reclamation plan requirement and SMARA and needing to have approved reclamation plans in place.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think, Commissioner Wright's, comment that we need to bat 1,000, I think what it would do would kind of allow us to say, overall, we buy into the fact that this needs to be reclaimed, but if the how and the means and methods aren't currently working and there's been an issue or safety that's been noticed, we have the parameters that could kind of be reset, even though we're not, rescinding approval. I think it's kind of a different shade of what Commissioner Wright was proposing, but in concept, it would potentially set the city up for a higher success.
Sure, I would need to think about that more.
Yeah.
There is certainly an opportunity to file amendments to approved reclamation plans. And so if something was not going well, I can imagine the operator would want to ensure it does go well, right? Particularly if it's affecting safety of the public or of workers. So that's a bit of an assumption and a leap of faith, but approving or somehow imposing the commission in that process, I would need to think more about how that could work, if at all.
Sure. Commissioner Ferguson, do you want to go through your list of questions
Well,
now?
yeah, I had a quick question that dovetailed right off of that. I saw some project phases, and it's early, I guess, to see something like a project schedule, but I'd have a hard time understanding this project without a schedule for a couple of reasons. If you say over 4 years, we've kind of made some assumptions on, 1 million yards of dirt in 4 years, it'll be this many per day, but the reality is it's not going to be close to that, right? It's not going to be 160 trucks a day. It's going to be 500, 0, 0, 1,000, 0, 10. I didn't see, and I looked, and maybe the applicant can speak to this if it is there. Is there an overall plan, and it's completely out of their control when they get the dirt, but, year 1, we need 200,000 yards. Year 2, we only need 50,000 yards. To create the fill that they're looking for. And understanding that they'll have to be flexible. And then I'll let you answer that, and I'll have a follow-up afterwards.
Sure. No, it's a good question. The only concern I have is that we will be, well, it's not necessarily a concern. It's in 4 equal years of 250,000 cubic yards, basically.
That's the plan.
That is the plan. We will have to turn projects away because of the capacity that we will be at for the year. And so I have no concern with completing the project within the amount of time provided. If anything, I think the project could be done sooner, but that was at a greater risk to traffic that I was not willing to go down. So 4 years was very explicitly decided because we believe that would provide the least minimal impact and not be so long that the project would be untenable. So if anything, it's my strong belief that we'll be turning work away.
I appreciate that input.
Commissioner Ferguson, to your concern, I do think it's within the city's ability to limit the number of trucks that come on a particular day. If it's 0, I don't know if there's an issue necessarily, but if it's 1,000, that is an issue with respect to the scope of the impacts that have been evaluated.
Yeah, right. I mean, if we're talking 250,000 per year, the best way would be to create some kind of a flow to it, so it's not. The way it's going to work is there's going to be a huge project going on in the near vicinity, right? And they're going to have just trucks after trucks after trucks, and you're going to get huge impacts on 1 month, and then another month that's not as impacted, just based on construction in the area. And related to that, I mean, there's been a real downtick in high-rise construction. There's the construction industry obviously ebbs and flows, but I'm imagining we were talking about having to get exactly what they need in this timeline. If over 4 years, the economy doesn't do what we think it's going to do, there's not a lot of public works stuff coming out. In addition, they only end up with 500,000 cubic yards of dirt. Is there a deviation plan? Is there we only have this much fill, or are they then liable to go procure the other 500,000 cubic yards at their cost, which would certainly sink any company that's handling that quarry. I mean, that's just what I'd like to understand.
Sure, and I think there are at least a couple different responses to that. One is that the city could seek to use the financial mechanism that was on deposit to compel that work to be completed per the approved reclamation plan. Maybe what's more likely is that the applicant at that time would file an amended reclamation plan to say circumstances have changed substantively and we can no longer complete that. Can we get approval for something different? And there may be other ways to resolve that, but those are the two that come immediately to mind.
Yeah, I guess my worry would be that if they come short of their target yards, and I don't think that will be an issue, but if they did, you know, things happen, right? That's what we're here to mitigate. I have a hard time seeing a for-profit company deciding to take it on themselves to then regrade the entire project of 500,000 yards at cost with no income coming in to a new approved reclamation plan that's sort of addresses all the slope issues.
Well, I think, sorry.
What do we have in place to protect ourselves against that? Just a bond?
So the manner in which the financial assurance is provided can be done in more than one way, but a bond may be one of them, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Berman, and then I'm going to dig into my giant list.
Well, I turned my light on kind of dovetailing off of Commissioner Wright's last question and discussion about requirements for the project to come back for an annual review. I guess separate from the phasing discussion and having the project come back for each phase, which sounds like needs more analysis, what if, in particular related to traffic, are we able to define some objective criteria that could be compared to at each annual review? So for example, like obviously the maximum number of trucks is a good one, but I don't know, level of service at key points where along the truck route, is that something that perhaps a traffic analysis can be completed by the applicant?
So I think, subject to our research and confirmation that an annual review process is appropriate and can be imposed in this context, I think if there are performance standards required and the project cannot bypass those, right? For example, degrading level of service more than anticipated, such that changing of the timing or the type of equipment or what have you might be necessary to avoid adverse impacts, general plan inconsistency or whatever other impact. That seems reasonable to me, subject to further research and confirmation, by staff.
Okay, I'd like if you could do that further research and we could talk about it the next time we convene. I took a couple notes from public comments that were mentioned. Has there been any engagement with the fire department and police department on this?
So they were involved earlier in the project review process. I don't recall they had concerns about the project traffic impacts, something we can double back on, but the nature of the work being primarily on the quarry site and then, again, the overall traffic impact in terms of level of service. A lot of these concerns are existing conditions that aren't necessarily caused or even majorly exacerbated by the project based on the analysis that we've done and reviewed.
Okay, thank you. There was a mention on this that some members of the community would have liked to see a development plan for what might be proposed at the site. And I certainly understand that a development plan for, future development is not defined right now, and that's totally fine. But one of my concerns as I reviewed the reclamation plan and the EIR was, are we kind of boxing in the potential for future development, especially on the eastern parcel, given that we're going to establish a wetland, which I understand why we have to establish it, and we like our wetlands. But is that going to potentially constrain the eastern property, especially for future development, which may be needed, especially, as housing needs increase.
I think the potential exists for that. I don't know. We would have to consider whether it would be possible to relocate or modify that wetlands mitigation pond at some point in the future if that land would be preferred for development. I don't know the answer at this time, whether that's feasible. But yes, that could, use up some land that may otherwise be suitable for development as part of a future development plan.
Mm-hmm. Just something that I was thinking about, I wanted to mention, and there were a couple comments that related to wanting to see a development plan. And lastly, there was mention about opportunities for the quarry to be effectively annexed as public land. I know that's something that's probably not in our purview. This is a privately owned property, but I just wanted to acknowledge that there were a couple comments related to that. If staff has anything to say to that, please go ahead. Otherwise, I just wanted to mention it.
There's currently no plan that I'm aware of for the city to pursue acquisition of any portion of the quarry site.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Berman. So I'll try to.
One more?
I'll get to you. You have one more?
Yep.
Go for it.
Oh, just a simple one. I've not been involved in big-time construction projects like this. How does this really work between two construction sites? Does the source site build up a great big pile of dirt, say 5,000 cubic yards or some number, call you guys up and commit to delivering 50 trucks a day for a month? Or literally, do you drive a truck over there, you contract, and a bulldozer drops dirt into it till it's full, and it's a real-time process? Can you describe what typically happens in the way the two sites interact, the source site and where it's deposited?
Sure, thank you. So generally speaking, they're larger construction projects. And the way that this works is that during the course of the design of the project at the place of origin, there has been a set of testing, whether geotechnical, environmental, a whole suite of tests has been produced as well as boring logs so that they understand what they need to be building. It's during the course where that historical baseline for what the property point of origin is, where a lot of testing has already been performed. Now, when that project at the point of origin is being actually constructed, they scope out that work to excavation contractors, trucking companies, and the like. We will get a phone call, generally speaking, from either the landowner from the point of origin or from the general contractor who's managing the project at the point of origin. And they will ask, can we dispose of the material at your site? We would first start with all of the testing paperwork and any historical information on the site itself to develop what we understand to be the outstanding tests that have yet to be performed. And if there's any tests that have yet to be performed, then we ask that they are performed and that they are done by the appropriate certified individuals. When those samples are collected, they're then sent to a third-party accredited laboratory, and then they're sent to us for review and approval. So I hope that explains the relationship. I think it's also important just to note that the law stipulates that the person who's generating the material, which is the landowner from which the material is coming from, is responsible for that material from cradle to grave. And so anybody who chooses to violate the law, I mean, it's not just that I would be, as the applicant, responsible and the operator responsible to making sure that the material would be removed, but the place from which it came is also responsible for it to be removed. And so the chain of custody, the indemnity obligations that everyone has to each other contractually and the law stipulate that this will be done correctly.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm asking a more process question. Does he literally, the origin site, create a pile of dirt and sits there, and then you can draw 30 days worth of trucks from it, or 2 weeks, or whatever is routine?
It really depends
after it's tested and you're confident it's good dirt?
Sure. Sorry. It really depends on what type of construction is going on. If it's a mass excavation, generally speaking, it's straight out of the ground into the back of a truck and off to the disposal facility. There are some circumstances where material needs to be stockpiled temporarily and then loaded into trucks. But generally speaking, there are mass excavations that are happening directly from the ground and being placed directly into trucks, and off the trucks go. There just really isn't enough space anywhere in the Bay Area to have these huge stockpiles of material, and it doesn't make any economic sense for the contractor to be actually touching the material any more times than they absolutely have to. So as a general rule of thumb, if you're an excavator, you want to remove the material and you want to touch it once before it goes into the truck.
Makes sense. Thank you.
All right. Some of these are for the applicant and some of these are for staff. So I think the first question I have is what agency approvals have been granted beyond the nationwide permit from the Army Corps? And have any of the applications commenced for things like BO and other items?
Good evening again. Thank you for the question. So the Corps of Engineers issued a provisional permit. That was the nationwide 404 authorization. The 401 certification has been granted by, or has at least been prepared in draft form by the Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot actually issue the permit until the city certifies the EIR. And at that point, the EIR will then go to the state, then they can actually grant the certification because that is a discretionary action. So that hasn't happened yet. The other action that has occurred is Fish and Wildlife Service has reviewed the project and issued what's called a biological opinion in accordance with Section 7 of the Endangered Species Act. That happened prior to the Corps issuing the provisional 404 authorization. And the service has signed off on all of the wetland mitigation, the frog breeding pond, and the habitat for that purpose.
Does the BO provide take authorization?
It does.
For red-legged frog and San Francisco snake?
It does.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you need?
I'm sorry.
One thing that I was surprised that I did not see was an ITP from CDFW or a stream bed alteration agreement, considering that it looks like part of your property is in the riparian area of Calera Creek. So can you speak a little bit to why CDFW is not part of your strategy?
Absolutely, because the department does not have jurisdiction over the proposed activities associated with reclamation. The reclamation plan does not occur within the bed bank or channel of Calera Creek. So the Department of Fish and Wildlife didn't have authorization under Section 1600 of the Fish and Game Code. With respect to the 2081 permit for an incidental take permit, there are no state-listed endangered and threatened species that would be affected. And as a matter of state law, it's the mortality of the species, not effect on habitat. So there's no requirement for that. There is
so
a
California red-legged frog is not a state-listed species?
It is not a state-listed species. It's federally listed. That's why we obtained a Section 7 biological opinion with an incidental take authorization. However, to clarify that incidental take authorization is not effectuated until the 404 authorization is issued formally by the Corps. So when this process is all complete, then we'll have those permits. There's a separate permit, as everybody has alluded to, of the coastal development permit from the Coastal Commission. But again, we have to wait till the CEQA document is completed, and then they can prepare their functional equivalent and then issue the CDP.
And there's no, there is zero interaction with riparian area provided in the plan?
Correct. No reclamation activities will occur within the riparian area of Calera Creek. All activities are outside of any jurisdictional features.
So is the new 0.2 acre red-legged frog pond, is that based on habitat, the loss of habitat versus take of the actual species?
Well, there is breeding habitat. So the analysis that was conducted for Section 7 purposes evaluated effects to loss of habitat as well as individuals. And as a matter of federal law, take of habitat is considered, you have to get permission to do that. So we evaluated the mitigation strategy addresses both potential effects on frogs as individuals and loss of habitat.
Okay, so under the BO, you're allowed to harm or, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the purpose of an incidental take authorization.
Okay. Sticking in the biology realm for one more second. Actually, you know what? This will be looked at for the next time. Are parts of the site being raised out of the FEMA floodplain? Or any parts in the FEMA floodplain, or is it in a Zone X?
My understanding is that it's not within a special flood hazard area. It's completely outside of a special flood hazard area.
Okay. Would you, as the applicant, be willing to work with North Coast County Water District to see what percentage of water could be reclaimed water? And can you provide an approximation of the amount of water usage that you would be utilizing to put your plan together?
We did actually consult with them, but I'll let Mr. Gilmartin address that.
We would be happy to calculate the total estimated amount of water that we would need for the purposes of dust control on the project. If there was any facility within the city of Pacifica to obtain reclaimed water, recycled water, we would be happy to go get it. We would just want to make sure that it didn't increase any additional impacts to traffic that are not otherwise already there. So as long as it doesn't negatively impact traffic and is reasonably accessible from within the site general sphere of influence, we'd be happy to use reclaimed water.
Maybe that's something that we can hear back when we...
Could I ask a quick follow-up before he sits down? So you have a water truck, you could go pick it up from wherever they make the recycled water and drive it over and spray it around and
That's right.
the dust?
Yes. So during the course of designing our dust control plan, we did look into using recycled water from the wastewater treatment plant, which is right there. But the facilities, there are not the appropriate facilities on site at this time in order to allow for that kind of activity in the site. It's quite tight. It's very small, so the area.
Are you, as the applicant, willing to work reduced construction hours if that's something that helps with the community?
I think currently the work times provided in our application, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, are 7 to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Is that generally accurate? Please help me if I'm wrong about that. That's generally the work hours. If you guys would have a proposal, if the commission would have a proposal for a different set of work hours, we would certainly take it under consideration.
Well, I think you've heard that we care about school trips. We know that you care about school trips. And so I think my question is, would you be in a position to have work hours that avoided drop-off and pickup?
I would have to analyze that with my team to make sure that doesn't impact the total schedule of the project.
Just for the trucks, though, not for the grading activities going on.
I understand, and we will take a serious look at that. I just don't know for sure if that would impact the length or the total duration of the project significantly. So that's what I would appreciate the time to analyze.
Okay. There were comment letters that we received about building parking next to Rockaway and helping kind of alleviate some of the traffic issues that we currently have. Is that something that you as the applicant would be willing to entertain?
We would absolutely take it under consideration. I mean, it has a lot. I don't own the land. I would have to consult with the landowner.
Okay.
There's been no design whatsoever for paving on the site, so we would have to evaluate what would be an appropriate amount of parking. The access road is very limited in terms of traffic on the eastern parcel, so to incur parking on the eastern parcel, which is where I would presume is the only reasonable place for cars to be parked, would venture into areas of the site that I'm not sure are appropriate for that. So we would look at it.
Okay, maybe when I have a feeling this is not going to get decided tonight, so maybe you can come back with information for some of these things.
Okay.
Would you be willing to do some additional community outreach?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I have a few more. So we've talked a lot about reducing fill. I think it was said several times in the plan that geotextile fabric has been restricted because of biologics. And so I'm wondering if you guys could consider GeoGrid, which is highly durable and non-toxic and could help with stabilizing slopes. It could avoid some of the fill.
Shane, do you want to comment on that?
I don't think the use of GeoGrid would necessarily reduce the volume of fill. What it would enable you to do is build steeper slopes to an appropriate factor of safety.
I guess that's part of the analysis that I'd really like to understand is if we did use steeper slopes, if we could reduce the volume of fill. I mean, again, I know that it's a hard situation. I know that part of why you would do this reclamation is the fill, and this was stated by many in the public, but the fill is what makes this financially feasible to you. But you have to also understand that, I mean, you heard so many voices in the room. So I think there needs to be some sort of like middle ground that people get to. And I think we'd like to understand what that looks like. And maybe it's not a 5-to-1 slope. Maybe it's a 3-to-1 slope. But maybe that's some of the analysis that can be done between now and next time.
Sure. To be clear, the use of GeoGrid would enable something steeper than a 2-to-1.
Mm-hmm.
So we're probably obligated to a 2-to-1 by SMARA.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I see what you're saying. Okay, I think that is the majority of my questions for the applicant. I have about 7 more for you, Mr. Murdoch. Do we know if there's a subsequent application that we're expecting? Like, has that actually been discussed at all?
For development?
For development on the site, not conjecture, but like, has there been an indication that, there would be a specific plan following this reclamation?
There's no foreseeable particular development proposal I'm aware of. The only conversations I've had with the property owner in the last several years has been a keen interest to begin the quarry-specific plan process, to have a legitimate, community input process to go through determining what land uses would be that would then flow into some future development project, but no particular outcome. We've insisted that we shouldn't start with a presumption of what that should be.
Okay. So staff has made it really clear that, that this process would not affect the vote of the people required for residential. Can you speak a little bit more to why rezoning is being proposed?
Sure. The rezoning that's proposed is from C3X, which is service commercial, vote of the people required for rezoning to residential, / HPD, Hillside Preservation District / CZ Coastal Zone. The proposed rezoning would not affect the HPD overlay, nor would it affect the CZ Coastal Zone designation. What it would change is the C3 component to PD, planned development. And that rezoning is required by the HPD overlay itself. And so it's a basic part of the mechanics of the HPD overlay that triggers the rezoning, which then, for any development to occur, requires the development plan approval to set the specific allowable uses, and then the specific plan approval to determine the physical form of implementing those uses. So it's part and parcel to the HPD overlay that's been in the municipal code for decades that requires this very particular land use approval process to have greatest control over uses and development of sites.
And so the PD in no way reduces our future discretion as a city. Is that correct?
Well, I would answer that by saying, once rezoned to PD, the there is a required legislative component, in other words, site-specific zoning, in the form of what's called the development plan. That is a legislative action that the Planning Commission needs to consider and recommend to City Council, so that any uses not authorized in the development plan approved for this project can be undertaken. And if you look at the uses proposed here, they don't allow any permanent development of buildings, commercial, residential, or otherwise. And so to allow that in the future would require another development plan approval by the city.
Okay. Is the development plan that we're considering here the quarry reclamation plan? Because we're being asked to approve a development plan, and it wasn't clear to me what that was.
Sure. So the terminology used in our zoning code is confusing, development plan and specific plan. It's also confusing given the number of required approvals to specifically parse out, well, which one's the quarry reclamation plan? But I think it's most accurate to say that in a different site with much simpler circumstances, you would be using the quarry use permit to approve the quarry reclamation plan. In this instance, because we also have this PD zoning issue intermixed, you're in some senses also using the specific plan to approve the quarry reclamation plan, because that's defining the site-specific particular physical improvements in the form of grading and drainage and paths and so forth. Hopefully that answers your question.
That does. I have one more question. In the development standards for the PD under residential use, it went through 3 different items that would need to happen. One is an affirmative public vote authorizing rezoning to allow residential uses pursuant to an ordinance.
Chair, can you point to a packet page if you have it handy?
I don't have it handy. It's a screenshot I took and put into my little notes. I'm sorry. But it's the development standards. There's a single page of development standards for the PD, and that's what I'm referring to.
It sounds like it's probably the draft ordinance that's attachment to this.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And so item 2 is worded, the city council or the people of the city of Pacifica adopt an ordinance to rezone the property. And the or kind of was concerning to me because it seems like a very powerful or. So I don't know if that was unintentional, but I'd love some clarification. Does anyone else have questions?
I have some questions.
Okay.
It is 12:20. I do have a couple of questions, but since we're, I think, almost certainly not going to finish this tonight, do we have a path forward for like a mechanics to close this thing up and wrap it up into something useful?
Well, I think, and staff I know is looking to answer this question, but I think what we would probably do is continue this meeting. Okay, go ahead.
So I think that as drafted, it's sufficient. So it's going through the sequence that's required. Step 1, and maybe it's clearer in the introductory sentence that we say unless all of the following conditions are met, if that's true. But essentially, step 1, an affirmative vote authorizes rezoning to allow residential use pursuant to Ordinance 391-CS. So that's the required first step for the public vote. Depending on the nature of what that action is, it may authorize the city council to rezone, which is sort of the standard expectation of what that would look like, which is the first part of step 2. The city council enacts an ordinance to rezone the property.
So then why is the or the people of the city of Pacifica in there?
Because the first part, the vote could also contain the rezoning.
Got it. So it's however we word this potential.
Whatever form number 1 takes will dictate what number 2
I got it.
results
Okay.
in.
That answers my question. Thank you.
But number 1 definitely has to take place.
Yeah, and I do agree that adding the word all is, that will be very helpful clarification. Scary or helpful all. Okay, it's 12:21. Are we okay going to 12:30? Okay. Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Ferguson.
Me first? Really simple question. Christian, Are we creating a giant liquefaction zone here, or are we making our own little Pacifica marina?
Yeah, because you're placing engineered fill, it wouldn't necessarily be liquefiable because it would be compacted to engineering standards with subdrains likely and things like that.
Thank you.
I have a couple for staff and then a couple for the owner. I'll go through the owners, or sorry, the applicants first because they should be pretty quick. Could you shed some light? I know there's a concurrent coastal development permit with the Coastal Commission as to where you are in that process and projected timeline for approval.
Thank you for your question. So we have submitted all of the applications with all of the state and federal agencies concurrently with the city processing the CEQA document and the project approval. And we did that so that we can make sure that the CEQA document that the city prepared evaluated the project as the resource agencies would approve it. So we have been, I think we're in our 5th or 6th round of review with the Coastal Commission. They can't do anything until the city finishes and certifies the EIR. So we have been continuing to get their comments, revising the project, revising the mitigation plan, addressing their comments, so that that information would be reflected in the city's CEQA document. So our hope is if the Planning Commission recommends certification and the City Council ultimately certifies the EIR, that then the Coastal Commission could act on the CDP. In the meantime, we have been addressing all of their comments and questions and provided mitigation and addressed all of the issues of their concern within their jurisdiction.
Sure, and best guess in your professional experience after certification timeline to approval from Coastal Commission?
I would say because we have done this process concurrently and we have addressed all of the issues of a resource nature that pertain to the environmentally sensitive habitat area, the ESHA, for Coastal Commission purposes, we would expect to have our permit, our CDP, hopefully issued within 3 to 6 months. But state agencies, as many people know these days, are taking a lot longer to do things. So it depends on their staffing. But we have engaged their biological and geotechnical and hydrological staff people to review the application concurrently so as to shorten the time frame for their further review.
Sure, I anticipate regardless of our findings, an appeal one way or the other to them, so I was just curious what that timeline adder was. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
One quick question on noise. Noise came up quite a bit in this community comments. Would I don't know who from your team would speak to this, but would you guys be amenable to pursuing a variance for white noise backup alarms on heavy equipment used on site? I mean, the rumbling of diesel engines is one thing when mixed with heavy swell next door, but those backup alarms tend to cut through everything else. Having lived next to the Highway 1 repaving, that's something you can't sleep through. It cuts through everything. And I've been on projects where we've pursued a variance with Cal OSHA to install the same decibel but of a white noise, same safety factor, different auditory level for the community.
It's a good question. I think that the distance from which a lot of the residents live, I know the businesses, with respect to the proximity of the site, I'm not sure that the decibel levels are going to be disturbing, but to the extent that they are, we would be happy to pursue a variance. There are considerable safety considerations to be considered for the people that are actually building the project also that are important to maintain. And so, I don't know that I could say here willingly tonight that we would remove backup beepers from
Not
trucks
remove
this
anything.
evening.
It's a different type of backup alarm.
Okay.
I wear a hard hat and a safety vest all day, every day.
Okay.
Yeah, and we employ them when asked to by city agencies. So.
Sure.
Okay. So it's something you would consider if we push for it? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
To the extent that the intent of safety is maintained, absolutely.
Of course. One question, I think, for the city of the rest of them have basically been covered. It struck me that there's not a great deceleration zone on Highway 1 for the ingress portion to the project. We're talking about dump trucks that are as full as they can be because the best economic interest, decelerating from highway speed to a stop to make that right turn, and there isn't currently any pull-off lane or any area with which to do that deceleration out of the flow of traffic. I didn't know if there was ever a discussion of imposing that or what that might take, or if it's a Caltrans issue. It seems to me that might alleviate a lot of the backup.
Yes, Commissioner Ferguson, we did absolutely discuss that point, and the applicant's transportation experts here to discuss.
In the EIR, there are copies of the traffic analysis, which consists of different documents that were prepared, and I believe it's the October 2021 document that actually talks about the queuing at the signalized intersection, as well as the deceleration lane and the requirements for that. You are correct, there is no separate deceleration lane or right turn lane. We did look at the requirements for a right turn lane, given the number of vehicles, the speed of the vehicles, size of the trucks, and so forth. The project would require use of the shoulder. That's stated in the document. And this was presented as such. It's also been run through, or I don't want to run through, but the document's gone through the Caltrans analysis procedures through their own document, the Highway Design Manual. They did not comment on it. They did not see that as an issue, given the number of vehicles and the speeds at which they could approach the intersection and make the turn. We looked at it from a safety perspective. So during the period of construction, during the several years that the reclamation would occur, the trucks would be making use of the shoulder rather than staying in the mixed flow lane. In practicality, you'd probably see it, depending on the traffic conditions at the time and the trucker and their ability to maneuver through that turn and how comfortable they are, you'd probably see them either making the turn from the travel lane or using the shoulder to make the lane, to make the turn if need be.
Just real quick follow-up. Do you know off the top of your head or an approximate of what the deceleration distance is of a fully loaded, just standard super dump from 50 to 5 that they need to make that turn?
Yeah, I think we actually have that here in the letter. And it looks like the needed queue is as much as 150 feet at different times, which is available for that within the space that's there. So we're looking at the space as you come out of the signalized intersection at Reina Del Mar and traveling southbound on Highway 1. It would need to, by the way, for reference, 150 feet, that's approximately the equivalent of 6 car lengths. If a car is about 25 feet, that's about 6 car lengths. So to give you, now trucks, we're assuming a 55-foot truck, by the way. But that's what we estimated through the analysis using the procedures.
It's an impressive truck you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, it's 12:30. Do you have other?
Nope.
That's your last one. Does staff feel like they have enough direction from us on what we'd like to see when we come back, assuming we come back? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think what's unknown is the amount of time it may take to pull together answers to all of these questions. And so assuming that the commission's not going to call for the question tonight and we're looking to continue the hearing, we would just ask that you continue to a date to be determined, and we will issue public notice as required once we know what that hearing date will be.
Okay. Before I ask if there's a motion, was there one more thing?
I have a motion.
I just wanted to end with a final thought, which is that Section 2712 of SMARA says it's the intent of the legislator to create legislature to create and maintain an effective and comprehensive surface mining and reclamation policy with regulation of surface mining operations so as to assure that, and I'm going to skip one, but the production and conservation of minerals are encouraged while giving consideration to values relating to recreation, watershed, wildlife, range and forage, and aesthetic enjoyment, and residual hazards to the public health and safety are eliminated. And I just hope that as we kind of move into this next analysis, that that section in particular is really given a lot of thought when we see what this reduced fill analysis looks like. So with that, if there's a motion, Commissioner Berman?
I move that we continue this item to a date to be determined.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's vote, please.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmartin, to you and your team, and thank you to everyone from the community who came out tonight. Moving on to communications. Are there any commission communications? No? Any staff communications?
Sleep well.
Perfect. Do you have any staff communications, Mr. Murdoch?
Not much that I want to get into tonight other than to thank the commissioners that attended the planning commissioner training last week. Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn? We could stay longer.
I move we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I think it was right.